All right, good evening. I would like to call to order our December 16th regular session meeting and call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Voigt?
Here. All right, and do we have any public comment for this closed session?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, and Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council meet in closed session. Item B1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and that involves the Valencia versus City of Beaumont case. Item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that involves the Wallen versus City of Beaumont case. B3 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, 2 potential cases. And then item B4 is public employee appointment, employment, and the title is the city manager. And for that reason, my understanding is your interim city manager, Mr. Gus Romo, will be recusing himself from that item.
All right, excellent. And we will adjourn to closed session at 5:02.
Yeah, but you're sitting on the same level as the audience, and they're like right.
You ready? All right, good evening, and thank you all for joining us today. I will call this regular session to order, this regular city council meeting at 6:11. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Voigt?
Here. And can I get a report out from closed session, please?
Yes, the council met in closed session on item B1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Henry Valencia versus the city of Beaumont. There was reportable action taken on that item. There was a motion authorizing the law firm of Manning and Cass to defend the action. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem White. The second was by Councilmember Laura, and the vote was as follows. Mayor Voigt in favor, Mayor Pro Tem White in favor, Councilmember Laura in favor, Councilmember Martinez in favor, and Councilmember Fenn in favor. The council also met on item B2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Andrew Wallen versus the city of Beaumont. There was reportable action taken on that item. There was a motion authorizing the city attorney's office to defend the case. And that motion, the first was made by Mayor Voigt. The second was by Councilmember Fenn, and the vote was as follows. Mayor Voigt was in favor, Mayor Pro Tem White in favor, Councilmember Fenn in favor, Councilmember Martinez in favor, Councilmember Laura in favor. The council also met regarding item B3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, 2 potential cases. There was no reportable action taken on that item. And then item B4 was public employee employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And the title of the position, city manager, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. That concludes the report out.
All right, thank you. And are there any requests for excused absences? All right, we will begin our meeting with an invocation by Pastor Troy Lanning.
Would you please bow your heads? Heavenly Father, as we gather here today during the Christmas season, God, we pause and reflect on the greatest gift that you have ever given to us, and that is your Son, Jesus Christ, and what he has meant for our world and for our lives. And God, we reflect with grateful hearts for the gift of this community and for the privilege of serving the people of Beaumont. This is a season that reminds us of the light of the world stepping down into darkness. It reminds us of hope being renewed and of peace being offered to all. We ask that those same qualities would guide this meeting here today, that wisdom would lead every decision, that unity would shape every conversation, and that care for our neighbors would remain at the center of everything that we do. We lift up the families of this city, especially those experiencing hardship and loneliness and uncertainty during this time. May Beaumont be a place where compassion is practiced, where generosity is extended, and where no one feels unseen or forgotten. Bless the leaders, the staff, and the public servants who labor many times behind the scenes. And we ask that you bless our first responders and grant them strength, protection, and patience as they seek the good of the city. Would our city reflect the themes of this season that they bring of peace, joy, hope, and love, not only in this room here tonight, but throughout our neighborhoods and homes. We thank you for the opportunity to serve, and we ask for your continued guidance and blessing over this great city of Beaumont. In your name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. Ready, begin.
Thank you, gentlemen. And do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we would like to pull item I4 for a future meeting. The noticing had a technical error, so we're going to go ahead and redo the noticing for I4.
All right, great. And we will move on. Do we have any conflict of interest disclosures? right, and on to item E1, introduction of community enhancement officer. Sarah?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight is my pleasure to introduce Amber Scharf. As you might recall, at the beginning of at this new fiscal year, the council approved a third code enforcement officer for the city. And following a comprehensive recruitment process, Amber was selected to join our Beaumont team. So Amber was born and raised in Cherry Valley, and she's very familiar with the city of Beaumont, and she's excited about the opportunity to work close to home. She brings a valuable experience from San Bernardino County, where she served for 3 years as a code enforcement officer, assisting code enforcement with short-term rental programs, the abatement team, street vending regulations, and other code enforcement officer duties. Prior to that, she spent 3 additional years with the county's Animal Control Bureau, and prior to that, a year with the Grand Terrace doing code enforcement and animal control. So Chief, no, she's not interested in a job with you. So we're excited to have Amber part of our team, and we look forward to the contribution she's going to make to the city.
Great. Thank you and welcome.
And Mayor and Council, I'd like to say we're very happy that Amber is going to be able to help us with our food truck ordinance and vacant property and abandoned ordinance, and also be available on the weekends and evening hours if needed.
Great, thank you. All right, and we will move on to item E2, our WRCOG Fellow Program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm here to introduce you to Teddy Pena. He's our newest WRCOG Fellow. Teddy is supporting communications and public information. He has his bachelor's in public relations and a master's in strategic communication, both from Cal Baptist University. This is also his second fellowship, so he served a term over in Marietta, which is wonderful. We're excited to bring that unique experience over here to Beaumont. And he'll be helping us with some key projects, such as our internal newsletter, as well as some kind of back burner stuff we've been putting out, such as our photo gallery and some other items. So, Teddy?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to start my second term with WRCOG, and I'm super excited to learn more and dive deep more into Beaumont. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome. Yes. All right, we will be moving on to our public comment period. Any one person may, for items not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. And state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
Yes, ma'am, we have 2 in person. First one is Fayam Kumar.
Madam Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Vyom. I'm joined by Ms. Jayashree. We're both meditation instructors with the Art of Living Foundation. And we are here to request a proclamation for World Meditation Day this Sunday, December 21st. I emailed you, about you all about that. And I know it's a very last minute. I wasn't aware, I had to request it well in advance. But I've brought some sample proclamations from other cities in America, and I've given it to Nicole. A lot of cities are joining in. This is expected to be a very big event, and I wanted to see if we are able to issue the proclamation, and if we can also have if the city is willing to sponsor an event, and if you can have Madam Mayor present the proclamation, it would be awesome. So yeah, that's all.
Great. Thank you guys so much for coming today and for reaching out to us. We appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tristan Parrish.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. My name is Tristan Parrish. I'm a senior at Beaumont High School, and I've been writing papers about structural issues in the United States. With that in mind, I would want to start with a simple observation. Beaumont appears stable on the surface. Our people here are housed, our streets are quiet, and our families are raising their children. But that surface level stability hides a much deeper structural issue that only becomes clear once the damage is already done. Right now, Beaumont, like most American suburbs, operates as an isolated municipality expected to handle problems that no longer exist at a local scale. Housing costs, infrastructure maintenance, public health, traffic congestion, and environmental stress do not stop at city borders, but our governance still does. This mismatch is creating a slow but dangerous fragility. Beaumont is a growing, commuter-oriented city that depends heavily on regional job markets, regional infrastructure, and regional transportation networks, which makes long-term coordination just as important as local decision-making. Low-density suburban growth requires miles of roads, pipes, power lines, and services, yet the tax base supporting that infrastructure is not sufficient enough to maintain it long-term. The result is a system that depends on continual outward growth just to stay financially afloat. That growth might look like success in the short term, but structurally it behaves more like a debt cycle than a sustainable model, with every new development increasing long-term maintenance obligations that do not disappear once initial growth does. At the same time, each municipality is incentivized to protect its own interests, expanding housing, attracting consumers, and avoiding shared responsibility, even when that harms the region as a whole. This fragmentation makes it nearly impossible to coordinate solutions that are inherently regional. So my point today is not to criticize Beaumont. It's quite the opposite. It's to say that cities like this are doing exactly what the system rewards them for doing. The problem here is the system itself. That's why I'm asking the council to consider whether increased regional coordination, not more sprawl, and not isolated reform is the missing piece in how we approach housing, infrastructure, and long-term stability. In fact, we already have such organizations here in Southern California, like the West Riverside Council of Governments and the Southern California Association of Governments. However, the need to strengthen these institutions remains apparent. What is the point of identifying regional problems if every solution still depends on municipal cooperation from cities that are structurally incentivized not to cooperate? Regional governance does not mean losing local control. It means aligning zoning, transit, infrastructure investment, and growth strategy across neighboring communities so that costs and benefits are shared rather than shifted. It allows development to happen where it makes sense, infrastructure to be funded sustainably, and housing supply to grow without repeating the same structural mistakes at a larger scale. What I'm asking for today is not an immediate solution, a budget commitment or vote. I'm asking the council to simply consider whether this issue deserves formal discussion. If we wait for visible collapse before acting, we've waited too long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tristan. Very well done.
Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, we will go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that council would like to pull for discussion? All right, do we have any public comment on any of our consent items?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, and I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items G1 through G13. I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that brings us, let me make sure here, to our youth council.
So for our meeting last week, initially we started out with a guest speaker, Ms. Van Hook, the public information officer. She discussed responsibilities as a PIO and her jobs that she does, as well as the other people within that job.
We also discussed upcoming events that we could volunteer at, such as the Blizzard Bash and the Light Parade, just like tasks such as judging the parade and stuff like that.
Also, we discussed subcommittees, and so we combined a couple of them, such as the Boots Committee, into Parks and Rec. We also designated each subcommittee a philanthropic chair as a leader of each subcommittee.
And then finally, we talked about collaborating with other youth councils just because we want to see how other ones function to see if we can make any changes to ours. But that was most of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for that report out. We always enjoy seeing you guys here. All right, and with that, we will move on to our public hearings. So we will start with item I1, public hearing for the formation of CFD number 2025-1, Fairway Canyon 4C. And for this, we will hand it over to a staff report by Ms. Eustachian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For you this evening, we have formation of 3 CFDs. We are going to take this in one presentation. I'm going to hand over this presentation to our CFD Administrator Consultant, Shane Spicer, and we have our bond counsel here, Brian Forbath, as well for this presentation. Okay.
All right. Excuse me. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff. Shane Spicer, Spicer Consulting, and here to present the item for you, 3 CFD formations for the city of Beaumont. So a little bit of background on the project that's in question is for the Fairway Canyon 4C. This project is a 366 residential lot development located west of Tuckweed Canyon Parkway and north of Oak Valley Parkway. The request for CFD formation stems from the original 2003 SunCal Oak Valley Development Agreement, which obligates the city to cooperate in forming financing mechanisms for required infrastructure. Although the project changed ownership through bankruptcy proceedings, the development agreement remains in effect, and Meritage has formally requested CFD formation consistent with that agreement. The CFDs fund infrastructure, public safety services, and long-term maintenance, ensuring growth pays for growth. So the purpose of tonight's public hearing is its statutory requirement as required pursuant to the Melrose Community Facilities Act. The City Council is asked to consider formation of each CFD, approve the levy of special taxes, determine the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness for the facilities district, conduct landowner elections for all 3 districts, and introduce ordinances authorizing the special taxes if the elections pass. This represents the boundaries for the proposed development. The boundary map was recorded pursuant to the resolution of intention that was presented to the council on November 4th, and public hearing notices were published and mailed in compliance with the act. Each CFD includes the Fairway Canyon 4C project area, with future annexation areas included in the services districts. So the first CFD is 2025-1 facilities. It finances the construction of public improvements, including roadway and sewer infrastructure. The maximum bond authorization is $4 million, secured solely by special taxes within the district, not by the city's general fund. The special tax is structured across 3 separate tax zones, with rates ranging from approximately $576 to $682 per lot. The maximum structure complies with the city's 2% effective tax rate policy, inclusive of the existing school district CFD. So the actions requested tonight is for the public hearing to be presented. Council actions include adopting the resolution of formation, adopt the resolution, determine the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness, conducting the landowner election, certifying election results, and introducing the ordinance authorizing the levy of special taxes. Next is the CFD 2025-S, Public Services. So this CFD provides funding for police, fire, and paramedic services associated with new development. The district establishes both an initial boundary for Fairway Canyon 4C and future annexation area for other projects. The maximum special tax rates are $639 per single-family unit and $526 per multifamily unit. And the rates escalate annually at the greater of CPI or 5%, beginning with 26-27. So these actions required is to adopt a resolution of formation, call the landowner election, certify the election, and introduce the ordinance authorizing special tax.
And finally, the CFD 2025-M is for maintenance services. This CFD funds the ongoing maintenance and operations of public improvements. These services includes parks, landscaping, lighting, pavement management, storm drains, and graffiti abatement. So this district also includes future annexation area for additional development. And this special tax structure is for the first zone, the tax zone original, which includes a special tax A for $438 per unit for city-maintained services, and a special tax B, $292 per unit, as a contingent backup in case property owner or association fails to perform. And it includes an annual escalator of the greater of CPI or 2%. And the actions tonight for the maintenance district are similar to the safety district, where council actions are to adopt a resolution of formation, conduct the landowner election, certify election results, and introduce the ordinance. The election requirements are required as such. A register of voters has certified that there is no registered voters within any of the CFD boundaries, and under state law, this requires a landowner election with 1 vote per acre or portion thereof. The property owner has executed consents and waivers to allow the election to be conducted this evening and are on file with the city clerk. The recommended actions are to adopt a resolution of formations for each of the CFDs, adopt a resolution determining the necessity to incur bodily indebtedness for the facility CFD only, conduct landowner elections for each CFD, adopt resolution certifying the election result, and introduce the ordinances authorizing the levy of special taxes. And that concludes our report.
All right, thank you. I will open the public hearing related to the formation of CFD number 25-1 at 6:32 p.m. And Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Excuse me. I came in late, and I know it's my fault. Can I have
Excuse me, ma'am, do you wish to speak on this matter?
I don't know which matter it is.
Okay, this is regarding the formation of a CFD. Okay, very good. All right, and I will open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
So we are not issuing any bonds tonight, correct?
That is correct.
There's no properties started construction.
Correct.
And we're just authorizing up to 4 million in bonds for facilities.
Correct.
And then the 500 to 639 numbers was an annual number for public safety?
Correct.
And then the third one is it like our other maintenance ones where they're sort of a catch-all if the HOA is not keeping up on their maintenance, then we can kick that
Correct.
in? But no one pays that until that becomes an issue, correct?
Correct, on the contingent. The special tax A will be paid for city-maintained services.
And as people buy these homes, until bonds are actually issued, they are being told everything that you and I just talked about.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's 366 homes
That's correct.
and 4 million? That's got to be one of the lowest ones we've done.
There is a school district CFD that's also on this project.
Oh, okay. Oh, they beat us to it. Okay. I didn't mean that, but, okay. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Question for you. So maintenance service, we're expected that's going to be in perpetuity, correct?
For as long as services are provided,
Okay,
correct?
and same thing with public services?
Absolutely.
And then do we have an estimated time frame for the Ferry Canyon 4C main CFD? Is that going to be a 30-year or 40-year, or is that
For
determined?
the facilities?
Correct.
30 years with the term of the bonds.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Right.
I'm good.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just reiterate, this is a part of an agreement that was made a long time ago that we're holding our obligation.
That is
to now.
correct.
Okay.
All righty, seeing no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion. And I believe that we're doing this as a singular motion for the CFD. Ah, thank you, thank you. Has the city clerk's office received written protest to any of the matters addressed in the public hearing from the registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within the Community Facilities District number 25,
I've received-
2025-1?
I've received 0 written protests.
All right. So if there are no further comments from the public or members of the council, then I will close this public hearing at 6:36 and entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to that we approve the recommended actions for I-1, I-2, and I-3.
Do we need to take these as singular motions?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
3 separate public hearings tonight on this, so the first motion should just be for the resolutions associated with the facilities CFD, and then there'll be a, unfortunately, repetitive nature, but there's separate public hearings that are called for the safety and for the maintenance CFD.
Okay, so I'll withdraw that and then just move for, to approve the recommended action for item I-1.
I'll second.
For a point of clarification, Mr. Forbath, do we need to read the entire resolution? So,
No, you don't. No, Madam Mayor, no, you don't. Yeah,
Okay.
you just.
so the recommended action for item I-1 is acceptable.
Yeah, to approve the first 2 resolutions, the resolutions that would approve the formation of the district and the resolution approving the necessity to determine bonded indebtedness. And then those resolutions will call an election to be held. And at that point in time, I believe all the ballots have been cast. The clerk will announce the results of that election.
Okay, very good. So we have a first and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, and just to clarify, this is for the first 2 resolutions.
Correct.
My motion was just the first, I amended it to be the first one, so I'll withdraw that motion and then move that we approve the recommended action for I-1 and I-2. Is that right? Am I doing that correct?
I don't know how it's the resolution of the city council, city of Beaumont establishing community facilities district 25-1 and the resolution of the city council, the city of Beaumont act as legislative body of the city of Beaumont community facilities district 25-1 determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness. That would be the correct motion for the.
And Mr. Forbath, is the ordinance part the third one?
We have to do the
There's-
election first.
The election first, yes.
So,
This is just
just
for
for
I-1.
I-1.
Correct.
So moved.
Can I get a roll call?
Do we have a
Do we need a
second?
second?
Yes, please.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, Nicole?
Yes, and this is for resolution to establish, and the second one, which is to determine the
The acting
necessity to incur. Okay. Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, with the resolutions that we have just adopted, they call for an election within CFD number 2025-1 to authorize the levy of special tax, the incurring and bonded indebtedness, and the approval of appropriations limit for CFD number 2025-1, which is to be held at this time by the deputy city clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2025-1, and the elections are now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 votes cast in the election for CFD 2025-1.
All right, so now I would like to entertain a motion to approve the resolution, the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2025-1 Fairway Canyon 4C, certifying the election results. And I will make the motion.
I'll second it.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, the resolution certifying the results of the election for CFD number 2025-1 has passed. All right, now, I will ask for a motion, to waive the full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2025-1, Fairway Canyon 4C, authorizing the levy of special taxes within the City of Beaumont Community Facility District Number 2025-1.
So moved.
Second?
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. So that should close out item I1 for us.
Yeah, and then it's just the same process again for the next CFD, and then we'll do it again for the third
All
CFD.
right.
So sorry for the repetitive nature of it.
All right, hang tight, here we go. The public hearing, we will open the public hearing related to formation of CFD number 2025-S, and we will open it at 6:41. We have already received our presentation on this. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, and are there any further discussion by council? Is there? All right, and has the city clerk's office received written protest to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within the CFD district number 2025-S?
I have received 0 written protests.
All right, so if there are no further comments from the public, then I will close the hearing at 6:42 p.m. and entertain a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, establishing the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2025-S Public Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, calling an election within the district, and approving and authorizing certain actions related thereto.
So moved?
Second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, we have just passed the resolution and adopted that for an election within CFD 2025-S to authorize the levy of the special tax and the approval of an appropriations limit for CFD number 2025-S, which is to be held at this time by the Deputy City Clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2025-S, and the elections are now closed. Both of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2025-S.
All right, I will now entertain a motion to approve resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body, the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2025-S Public Services, certifying election results.
So moved?
Second.
And can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that resolution certifying the results of the election for CFD number 2025-S has passed. I will now ask for a motion to waive the full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2025-S Public Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2025-S Public Services.
So moved.
Second?
And can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, last one. I will open the public hearing related to the formation of CFD number 2025M at 6:44. We've already received report and presentation. Do we have any public comment related to this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
And council, do we have any further questions on this one? Mayor Pro Tem? All right, very good. Seeing no further discussion. Has the city clerk's office received written protest to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within CFD number 2025-M?
I've received 0 written protests.
All right, seeing no further comments, I will close the public hearing at 6:45. And now I will entertain a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, establishing the City of Beaumont Community Facilities Number 2025-M Maintenance Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, calling an election within the district, and approving and authorizing certain actions related thereto.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Boyd?
Yes. All right, that resolution we have just adopted calls for an election within CFD number 2025M to authorize the levy of a special tax and the approval of an appropriations limit for CFD number 2025-M, which is to be held at this time by the Deputy City Clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2025-M, and the elections are now closed. Both of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the election for CFD 2025-M.
All right, thank you, Nicole. And now I would like to entertain a motion to approve the resolution of City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2025-M Maintenance Services, certifying the election results.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Boyd?
Yes. All right, that resolution has passed for the results of the election for CFD number 2025-M. And I will now ask for the final motion of these 3 items, to waive the full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2025-M Maintenance Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2025-M Maintenance Services.
So moved.
And I'll second. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Boyd?
Yes. Alrighty, thank you for hanging tight, and thank you. Sorry. I thought, you know what, let me just read the script. We'll just go with it. All right, we have pulled item I4, so we'll be moving to item I5. Public hearing for the consideration of a tentative track map number 38914 for 19 single-family residential lots and variance to allow reduced lot depths. And we are getting a staff report by Stephen Jones, and I'm blanking on her name.
Jillian Fountain.
Jillian, there we go, thank you.
We'll go with Jillian, thank you.
All right, good evening, Chairman, or good evening, Mayor and council members, Jillian Fountain, planning staff. The applicant proposes to subdivide 5.72 gross acres into 19 single-family residential lots, ranging in size from roughly 7,000 to 11,000 square feet in 3 lettered lots. Concurrently, a variance for the Beaumont Municipal Code, Section 16.12.080C, is requested to allow lot depths exceeding 2.5 times the width, which is not permitted under current standards. The project qualifies for a Section 15183 CEQA exemption, projects consistent with the community plan and zoning. The project was presented as a public hearing to the Planning Commission on October 22nd, 2025, and the Planning Commission forwarded a unanimous recommendation of approval to the City Council with the updated condition of approval as seen in your attached conditions of approval number 118. Before you today is a public hearing for the consideration of tentative track map number 38914 and a related variance request submitted to the city on February 27th, 2024. The property is located in the residential single-family zone and has a general plan designation of single-family residential. The proposed subdivision aligns with both the general plan and zoning code supporting low-density detached residential development, specifically with the policies identified in Goal 3.3 to support the development of new housing opportunities as defined by the land use plan. The applicant is requesting relief from the maximum lot depth standards as defined in section 16.12.080C, which restricts the depth to 2.5 feet, or times the width. Due to the irregular shape and site constraints of the parcel, compliance would render meaningful subdivision impractical. Approval of the tentative map does not permit construction, but allows for the legal creation of lots which can be developed in the future subject to the minor plot plan approval and recordation of final map. The project is conditioned to ensure that no building permits will be issued until the final map is recorded. At this time, staff recommends opening the public hearing, adopt the findings of approval, and approve tentative track map number 38914, TM 2024-001, subject to the conditions of approval, and approve variance 2025-0025 to allow for lot depths to exceed 2.5 times the width, and direct staff to prepare a notice of exemption for the applicant to file with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicants are here as well.
Great. Thank you so much for that staff report. And I will open this public hearing at 6:51. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
Yes, I have an in-person and a written comment. I'll start with in-person.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Mary?
Hi, my name is Mary, and my husband and I live right across the street from the proposed property that is going to be put in. My biggest concern is having homes that are equal to our home. And with that lot being very, very long and very narrow, if you do per home across, it's 5 homes to 10, which is crazy. If you do our 5 homes and you go across, and they want to put in, I think it was 9, correct? It was 9. The other question I have, is this going to be open for people that maybe I can pick my neighbors? You know, maybe I can suggest someone moving in that I would have as my neighbor, that they're open to the public, that not a big proprietor is going to come up and scoop the whole thing up and then sell it as rentals, or Section 8. And that's my biggest concern, is our property going down and having riffraff as our neighbors. And that's very concerning. My husband and I have been here about 7 years. We love Beaumont. We love Beaumont because of small growth, yes. I won't lie, but it is a hometown, and it feels like a hometown, as I feel you guys all are on the same page as I am. Anyways, my whole point, and I'll make it quick because I know there's a 3-minute, I'm being courteous. My biggest concern is having the homes equal to my home, where they are eligible for my clients, neighbors, that I can say, oh, gosh, why don't you pick a house across the street from me, because they're wonderful. That's all. And when are they going to do this? And has it been completely, I know that they're still in negotiation, and has it been completely passed? That's all. Thank you.
Madam,
Is he the written comment, or did you fill out a public comment?
I'm representing the applicant.
You're the applicant.
Okay.
Very good.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is Blaine Woolmer Engineering. We're at 41555 East Florida Avenue, Suite G in Hemet. And I just wanted to get up and say that we have reviewed the staff report. We reviewed it at the time that the Planning Commission considered the project. Unfortunately, at that time, I was unable to be at the Planning Commission meeting, and the phone system wasn't working. So I only had one question with regard to the conditions of approval that I wanted to address with Mr. Vestal, if we could tonight, and that is condition number 24. The condition reads that curb and gutter is to be constructed along the east side of Michigan, and the curb and gutter is already installed in Michigan. So if, obviously, we're going to construct sidewalk and all the other improvements that go along with the subdivision, but if we could modify that condition, that we don't need to install the new curb and gutter, that would be our preference. And then To address, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but to address the concerns with regard to the homes, I can commit that my client is a builder. He's going to build all the homes. It's going to be a consistent development. It's not, and they're going to be for sale. They're not going to be rentals. And that is exactly how he does all his subdivision. So hopefully that can allay some of the concerns there. And I'm just here to also answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And Nicole, did we have one written comment or any callers on the line?
Yes, I do have a written comment. This comment is from Erhard Hoffman. He states, regarding the environmental determination, I see no reason why not to waive it. As I stated in an earlier communication, my wife and I bought our property 46 years ago. When we purchased the property, a thriving cherry orchard existed. We didn't realize we had neighbors on Michigan Avenue until the leaves fell off the trees in wintertime. Since that time, the adjacent property has devolved into an eyesore fire hazard for most of the year. Over the years, there have been fires in the field, but last summer was the worst. We sustained a modest amount of fire damage to our fencing and landscaping, which I have since replaced. I have opted not to replace my front privacy fencing due to possible further fire hazard concerns. Even now, one can see the fuel for the next year, fire season year, replenishing itself. So regarding the development, let it proceed in a timely manner, and hopefully it will add nicer aesthetics to the neighborhood than currently exists. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, I will close this public hearing at 6:57 and open it up for council discussion.
And Madam Mayor, before you start council discussion, I just wanted to make a comment to the council. The only item that's before you this evening is the proposed subdivision of the 5.72 acres. It would be inappropriate and potentially a violation of the Federal Fair Housing Act to discriminate against a project due to it being affordable housing or Section 8 housing. I just wanted to state that as a generality. But my understanding is there's no application for it to be affordable housing or anything like that. That would come later if that were going to occur. But I just wanted to caution the council, you know, given the comments that were made, that would be, expose the city to some liability if we discriminated based on those factors.
Thank you. Councilmember Lara?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few concerns in regards to this project. I drove it this afternoon, and I understand that the request or the variance to reduce the lot width to 52 feet from, which should be 60, doesn't really, in my opinion, doesn't fit with the neighborhood. A majority of the lots seem to be, they vary, obviously, as indicated, 50 to 90 feet, but a majority of the lots seem to be 60 feet wide. Some are even wider than that. There are some that are narrower than that. And that's a concern because it just doesn't fit with the rest of the neighborhood or the existing neighborhood. It is an older neighborhood, but if you look at the houses directly across the street, those lots are all about 60 foot wide. And I really don't support trying to shoehorn in as many lots as you can get rather than following the ordinance as it exists. The other concern that I have is the water quality control device, or what they call WQMP. I have a concern with the small number of lots being able to support that with an HOA, because the cost could be exorbitant, or because it's an increasing cost to maintain that WQMP, and it will. Looks like it's set up to take the flow from all 19 lots. And there is no contingency that is set up for that as we do with other developments. So those would be the concerns that I have. Outside of that, I would support, infill lots, but I would like them to be consistent with the community that exists there. Thank you, Mayor.
And Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate the comments from Mr. Lara. So one of my questions was, was an HOA needed to maintain Lot A, which is that retention basin? And so that kind of, what he brought up kind of answered that for me. One thing I do want to point out, though, as a real estate broker, well, let me ask a question first. We do not expect any CFDs that need to be formed for this particular project because it's infill and we don't have any major infrastructure needs. Is that correct?
They will be required to annex into a CFD.
Okay.
But
But
not
that,
for the
and that would
I'm
be the
sorry,
main,
I
that would
didn't
be
hear
the.
you. What did you say?
They would be required to annex into the CFD.
It's not creation of a new CFD, but annexation to existing.
And the existing, would that be the maintenance one that's throughout the city?
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's a reasonable amount. So what I would envision when this project is finished and it's up for sale, it's going to have a low tax rate with, I think, a reasonable HOA because they're only maintaining this retention basin. And so what I see often when people come and they look for homes is they want to know the full entire cost. What's the tax rate, what's the HOA dues, and so forth. It has been my experience when we have infill neighborhoods that are, infill homes that are built, those values remain high because they don't have those extra fees that are involved compared to a big master plan community with high CFDs, with high HOA dues and so forth. So I think this neighborhood would support and perhaps even bring up the value in the neighborhood with new construction being built. In terms of the size of the width of the lot, I understand Mr. Lara's concern. And so often I compare it to my home. I have a 55-foot wide lot in the Oak Valley Greens neighborhood. It is a tract neighborhood. I have a 2,700 square foot home that's a 2-story with a 2-car garage. And I'm on an 8,700 square foot lot. So I've got a fairly deep backyard. My floor plan tends to be a little skinnier than some. So it's a little skinnier to fit on that lot. So again, at 55 feet wide, I have about 5 or 6 feet on one side of my home and 17 feet on the other side. So I think the 52 is reasonable and I could support that. Anything below 50, I think we would be compromising too much. And I certainly wouldn't want to see that they're jam-packed in there too much. But I think it generally flows with the neighborhood. Yes, they're smaller than they're existing. But I think when you compare to many of the lots that the city council has approved for tract neighborhoods throughout the city of Beaumont, 52 feet wide, I think is reasonable. So that's my comments, Ms. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Finn. And Mayor Pro Tem White?
So the lots that are just north of this one section, how wide are those lots? Do you know?
How wide are they?
Yeah. No, not you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do we know how about, because it looks like there's 9 going, north of,
Those are about 60, 62, 63 in that range.
okay. And we are being asked to vote on allowing to reduce the width.
Yes.
So do we have a drawing of before? I mean, what, basically, coming back and us limiting the width or lowering the width, does that create one more home, one more piece of property? Is that basically what it did?
So we did the math on if the variance was not to be approved on that Michigan Avenue, it would be a total of 7 lots as
Okay.
opposed to 9.
On both sections?
On the first section on Michigan, and then the one off of 12th Street, that would be 8 lots instead of 9.
So we have three.
Okay, and those are 2 separate pieces of property, or are they one?
It's going to be one map.
Okay. And how do they, I know we're not supposed to look at all this other stuff, but how do you get a road into the ones on the north side?
It's a cul-de-sac.
Can we show my screen?
I probably had it up here before.
Yes, the cul-de-sac.
Coming from which side?
Coming from 12th
From
Street.
12th Street.
12th Street. Okay, thank you.
All right, do I have a motion?
You know what, I'm sorry, I had 2 more questions. What size are the houses?
Yeah, what size are the houses?
At this time, this is for the map only.
Okay. Do
I
we have
don't
an
know if the
idea?
applicants have an idea of the size of the homes.
They're 1,800 and 1,900. My name is Dean Cook, and I represent the developers. The home sizes are 1,800, 1,900, and 2,000 square feet.
Okay.
3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and 5-bedroom.
Okay, thank you.
Single story.
I think that council has answered most of my questions. I do want to state that I appreciate Councilmember Fenn's discussion with regards to what's previously been approved. And I don't really have anything more to add with regards to that. And, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Did we answer the developer's request on the condition of approval, or is that a separate issue?
Good question.
After reviewing the condition and looking at the street view, staff feels that the condition is appropriate. There are a few segments that need to be filled in with curb. However, it's not the intent of staff to have the developer replace the curb and gutter along there.
Very well. Thank you.
All right. So it sounds like we have some concern regarding the water basin and the sizes. We have somewhat of a majority agreement. I don't know if Councilmember Martinez, you have any other thoughts regarding this?
No, I was looking over, all the findings were met, and, staff has approved it, and the Planning Commission gives their approval, so, I am concerned that they are a mismatch for that section, and I don't like having to squeeze in as well, but it is an odd geometrical type of property, so with that, I think it's appropriate for that cause, and I think the ability to have something on that lot will help the neighborhood overall, so I'm okay with that.
Sounds like a motion. No?
ready?
I'll second that.
Yeah, I support it, so I'll definitely move to approve.
And so it's all, you're moving to approve the recommended actions as listed in the agenda, is that correct?
That is correct, thank you.
And we don't need to address the condition 24 in the motion?
No, he already did.
Okay,
It's gonna stay.
okay.
And then, Madam Mayor, Stephen Jones, Community Development Director, as a point of clarification, we need to correct that the variance was approved by the Planning Commission and the recommendation is for the map. So even though we have here approved variance 2025-0025, it's subject to the approval of the map, but the final action was the Planning Commission's action. So you just need to do the map as the recommendation, or as the motion.
With the variances, this is what they're
Well,
asking for.
right, but the variance is already approved, and so this is incorrect. It should just say approve the tentative map, subject to the conditions of approval, and then that map is subject to.
Oh, that's what the issue is.
Right, the map is.
Yeah, well, I still support the project, so that is correct.
You want to amend your motion, and then I'll second that? Just to include approve the tentative track map, correct?
Yes, the motion
Yeah.
is to approve the tentative track map.
And I'll second that.
All right. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
No.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that closes our public hearings, and now we'll move on to action items. We'll go to item J1, WRCOG VMT Exchange Program Participation Agreement. And I believe, Mr. Vestal, you are giving us our staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is to discuss a new regional initiative that could benefit the city. WRCOG has developed a voluntary regional vehicles mile traveled mitigation program to help jurisdictions like ours address VMT impacts under CEQA. By participating, Beaumont can submit VMT reducing projects such as bike lanes, transit improvements, affordable housing, mobility programs for potential funding, while supporting sustainable development and regional transportation goals. Joining us tonight is two representatives from WRCOG, Chris Gray, WRCOG's Deputy Executive Director, and Chris Zhang, Project Manager, also from WRCOG. And I'll turn it over to them. They're here to provide an overview of the program and answer any additional questions you may have.
Robert, do you have slides? Just,
I'm sorry?
there aren't any other slides to show, right?
No.
Okay. So, good afternoon, good evening, members of the council. As Robert said, I'm Chris Gray with WRCOG. Councilmember Laura certainly knows this, but about 4 years ago, we embarked on a journey to develop a regional VMT mitigation program. We identified pretty early on in the late 2010s that the state's effort to regulate VMT was going to be very problematic for our jurisdictions because VMT is regional. It's not something you address by adding in a traffic signal or building a park. It's a very difficult issue to mitigate. And so we started on a regional program. We partnered with RCTC, RTA, and RCA. And earlier this year, we brought the program forward and it was approved by WRCOG Executive Committee. So there's a couple of things I want to be really clear. It is optional. So by you signing this agreement, you're not requiring any of your development projects to use the program to mitigate their VMT impacts. You are putting projects in that other entities can purchase to get credits, and that money then comes back to you. So it doesn't cost you anything to be in the program. It doesn't require you to do anything other than give us a list of projects. And this is an opportunity to fund some things that you may want to do already and don't have full funding for. This will also, as you may know, the city is currently studying Oak Valley Parkway. Caltrans is going to require VMT mitigation, and having some of your own projects in the program is going to give you a leg up on that as well. So we are here. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just wanted to say that we very much appreciate our partnership with the city of Beaumont, and we look forward to working with you on VMT and other issues as they come forward.
Great. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. And do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line? I'll go back.
Okay. I will open it up to council discussion. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thanks, Chris, and appreciate you coming back and sharing information with us. I do have a question with this project list. Does it need to be small dollar projects? Can something be partially funded? Does it have to be fully funded?
So we require something to be fully funded, but you can split it up if it makes sense. So let's say you have a 5-mile long bike lane, but a mile of the bike lane still functions. You could put that 1 mile in or 2 miles in or 3 miles in, but you can't put in, let's say, affordable housing affordable housing is eligible for this program. If you have a 50-unit affordable housing project, you can't put in 5 units. So one of the reasons we're encouraging people to put in transit, if you have a transit component, which you do, that's scalable. So you can put in 5 transit passes, 10 transit passes, 500 transit passes, 5,000 transit passes. We are already getting calls from developers wanting credits. So I would encourage you to have a broad selection of projects, as many as you feel comfortable putting in, and we'll just see what sells. And I would add this, we're doing this before pretty much everybody else in the state. So this is very much let's learn as we go, but we are definitely ahead of everyone else. So I would say, put anything in that you think could generate VMT, and what Robert didn't say is, we'll do all the work for you. Give us a project list, give us a little bit of information about each of the projects, and our consultant at WRCOG's expense will do all the calculations needed to figure out what the VMT reduction is for each project. And if you have projects you're not sure about, just come talk to us. And we will evaluate them, and you talking to us about a project doesn't commit that project to be on the list.
All right, very good. Thank you, Chris.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Lara?
Chris, I just want to thank you for developing this project. Chris is being very modest. He's traveled throughout the state to explain the VMT project and the program to a number of other entities. It's like another language, so I appreciate your efforts on that. Appreciate your work with the city of Beaumont. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. I am seeing no other discussion, and I will move to approve the agreement with WRCOG for the voluntary VMT exchange program.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, WRCOG, for coming out. And that will take us to J2, our appointments to city committees and boards. And Nicole, can we get a staff report?
Good evening, council. This item is to appoint members to the city committees and board. There is a correction that needs to be made. There are no appointments this evening to the planning commission. All of the terms are still active. So this evening we'll be appointing members to Financial and Audit Committee, Economic Development Committee, Board of Administrative Appeals, and Parks and Recreation Committee. On your staff report is a breakdown of the various vacancies. I've created a spreadsheet for each committee and board to assist in choosing applicants to appoint. Staff recommends to conduct interviews, establish a scoring process, and nominate members to be appointed based on that process for majority vote and appointment. And I'm happy to help facilitate.
Alrighty, great. Before we kind of get the process ironed out, do we have any public comments regarding this?
No public comments. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank all of you who have come to apply for these positions. I feel like this has probably been one of the biggest applicant pools that we have had. So my council members that are up here along with me, we will kind of use a ranking system that we have used in the past. My thoughts were to rank only the number of positions that we have available. So if there, for example, on the Economic Development Committee, there is one seat that is available, we will choose on this one specifically our first and our second choice. And then Nicole will come back, go down the line with us, and we will choose 1 and 2. So we will just be ranking 2 on economic development. And then, what's that?
Madam Mayor, that one was pulled because, no, I'm sorry, it was Planning Commission. All right,
Yeah.
my mistake.
No, that's okay. And then as we move through the different committees, we will go based off of the seats that are available or the number of seats. For the Parks and Rec, we will take the sports league representation first, because my assumption is those that might not want to or may not get voted in as the sports league rep may want to join as committee members or alternates. So I want to give them that opportunity. And then on Finance and Audit Committee, there is a business representative. So we will take the business representative applicants who meet that first, and then we will add those into the rest. Does that sound good? All right, and then for you applicants, the way we will start this off is we'll start with our Economic Development Committee and those that have applied for that. We will give each of you a minute, so I'll call your name, you'll come up to the podium, and we'll give each of you a minute. On the podium, you'll see the green, yellow, and red lights. When the yellow light hits, that lets you know you have about 30 seconds left, so a total of a minute. So if you come up, state your name, and then give us a little bit of a background on why you're applying for this position, and why you think that you would be the best candidate for this position. All right. So we will start with, for economic development, and I apologize in advance if I do not pronounce your names correctly. I will do my best. All right, we will start with Gotug Aktug. Did I totally butcher that one?
My pleasure. I'm so excited here. I used to work and manage hotels all my life. Hundreds of times for many years, my name has been butchered. So I'm okay. The last G is a silent G. You don't,
Okay.
it's like go to.
Go to.
It's a old Turkish name.
Got it. All right, and what makes you interested in the Economic Development Committee?
Looking at the numbers, I had the opportunity, I didn't travel the world, but I had the opportunity to travel Europe and some other countries and manage hotels and my father's company back in Istanbul. I find myself, I studied total quality management. I'm good at with numbers, income, outcome, total quality management. What is the priority expenses? I see myself as experienced as anybody else. I don't know. I'm so excited.
Okay, very good.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
for your patience.
Sure.
Madam Mayor, can I have a clarification real quickly?
Yes.
Can Ms. Wheelwright clarify again what the definition of the post-secondary education member means?
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Because I'm a little confused on what we're actually filling.
This position is for the post-secondary education member. This position was established initially to, as a networking tool, to have a member that is a representative or somehow involved in a post-secondary university, college, or vocational school to sit on economic development.
Okay, so it's not necessary that they have a degree at the post-secondary level. It's that they're currently involved somehow in a post-secondary institution that could help on the EDC with comments and so forth.
That was the initial intention. There are no specifics written within the bylaws,
Okay,
other than just the title.
okay, thank you.
And thank you
Mayor.
for that. I forgot
That's
to
okay.
clarify that. I appreciate that. So if you could, for those applying for economic development, if you are currently have something for secondary, post-secondary education, if you could please mention that when you come up as well. All right, Arj Man. All right, not here. And I think Mr. Goolsby was going to be by Zoom.
Yes, he should be on via Zoom.
Mr.
Yeah,
Goolsby?
I see him on the
Mr.
screen.
Goolsby, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great, we got you. If you could just give us your interest in the committee and let us know if you have any post-secondary education qualifications.
Well, I was an instructor at California Baptist University and University of California, Riverside, and then I did marketing films for University of Redlands and La Sierra University. I was a subcontractor for the Riverside County Office of Economic Development for over a decade. I produced over 50 EDA films for them. And then I was a board member in Riverside for the Business Improvement District and the Chamber of Commerce. And I was a city commissioner in the city of Riverside. Had the business for 40 years. I worked for a wide variety of hospitals, schools, and different clients. I'm thinking maybe my experience doing all that may be helpful to the city. And if it is, I'm happy to play a part.
Great. And thank you for joining us. I know you had advised us you would not be able to be here, so I appreciate you taking the time and the effort to be on Zoom. All right, we will, I think Mr. Mercado had withdrawn. Lysandra Patton?
Hello. I'm nervous. Okay, my name is Lysandra Patine, and as a Beaumont resident and someone with extensive background in higher education, it has been an honor to serve on the Economic Development Committee already. Although I joined the committee in February, I truly appreciated the opportunity to get acclimated, learn the dynamics of our work, and contribute meaningful discussion that support the growth and advancement of our city. In the few months I've been here, I've taken the time to understand our priorities, identify areas where I can contribute my skills in education, workforce development, and community engagement. As a part of this, I've begun developing several initiatives that I believe that can support enhance the strategic direction. My plan is to present these initiatives first to the Director of Economic Development Committee for feedback and alignment, and then bring them forward to the full committee. That's it.
All right, great, thank you. And Salwa Zaki? Maybe I said that wrong. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Salwa Zaki. I'm the proud daughter of Mrs. Louise Zaki and Dr. Hamada Zaki, who both taught at Beaumont High School. Some of you and or your parents probably had them as teachers or even colleagues. I loved growing up in Beaumont. Inspired by my parents, I spent my career as a teacher, principal, professional learning director, conference speaker, leadership author, social justice advocate, and adjunct professor. I'm blessed to have retired early and relocated back to Beaumont in 2023 to spend quality time with my mom, who continues to be an inspiration. I'm a firm believer in supporting and growing local commerce. Upon my return, I opened a small business, Attack the Stack with Dr. Zach, decluttering and organizing coaching service. It's been a joy being back. I volunteer with Delta Kappa Gamma, Sir Optimist International, Carol's Kitchen, and a variety of other organizations. I look forward to being of service to our city.
All right, great, thank you. And I think that concludes those that have applied for economic development. Do we have any applicants that the council would like to bring up? Councilmember Martinez, do you?
I just had a question for Mr. Gouldsby. Is he still on?
Looks like it. Mr. Goolsby, you still there? All right, great.
Hi there. I just had a question for you. I know it looks like you're a very busy person. I just wanted to know if, you'll be able to meet with our monthly meetings for EDC. I mean, obviously, they meet on Wednesday. What is it, the first Wednesday?
First Wednesday of the
First
month at
Wednesday
4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. monthly. How does that look with your schedule?
It does, and that was a concern, and I looked into it before I applied. Apologize for the background. I'm visiting family in Texas today.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
All right.
Anybody have any other? Yes, Councilmember Lara?
Yeah, Ms. Patine? So it says that you served, I think it was just 8 months?
Yes.
Were you just appointed? Is that what happened? You didn't
Yeah,
get a-
I started in February. I think I started midterm. Is that correct? Yeah, midterm for somebody else.
Okay. So, and the schedule has not been an issue for you at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I do have a question also for you. Sorry, Mayor.
No, that's why we're here.
Oh, you do too? Okay.
Yeah.
My question is, I read on your qualifications that you currently work in the educational setting, but yet I didn't see an occupation or profession put on the application. So is that like a consultant job, or I'm not sure if you are employed or not?
No, so I was working for West Coast University. I worked there for about 8 years. Now I work for, it's called Campus. It's an online degree program. So I work for them right
Okay,
now.
very well. That's all I was confused about. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, question first. So having served somewhat of a short time, share with us maybe an experience you had from serving, that's something you've learned or you'd like to contribute a little extra to if you were to be reappointed.
Well, at first, I mean, I was really nervous to start in and get acclimated. But I was just telling Nicole, I'm like, I just got acclimated to this. I just got used to it, and now you guys are firing me. But I started talking to the director. I have some initiatives that I wanted to present to him. He's already seen them. And he wanted to review them and meet with me first before I presented it to, the whole committee. So that's as far as they got.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, any other ones? Councilmember Martinez, you good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, well, I think we will be ready to go, and I think we'll ask for our number 1 and 2 with regards to this one. So Nicole, if you'd like to call out the council member, and we'll give you our 1 and 2, and then we'll go from there. 1 being the top. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen just to help facilitate. That way everyone can follow along with me. Okay, I will start with Councilmember Lara.
Yes. Ms. Lasadra Patin would be my number 1, and Mr. Goldsby would be my number 2.
Councilmember Fenn.
Same.
Councilmember Martinez.
Dr. Zaki, number 1, Goldsby, number 2.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
The team number 1 and Goldsby number 2.
And Mayor Voigt.
And I will follow in suit. Patin, number 1, Goldsby, number 2. So it looks like, Ms. Patin, you have been extended. Yes, yeah. Thank you. All right, and thank you to those that applied for those positions.
Mayor, before we move on, we do need a motion to solidify it.
Thank
please.
you. All right.
I'll make a motion to elect Ms. Patin with the post-secondary education member on the Economic Development Committee.
I'll second. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara.
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Voigt.
Yes. All right, 1 down. We will move on to our Board of Administrative Appeals. All right, and this is for 4 seats. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we have 5 that are available. Excuse me, 5 applicants. 1 has withdrawn. So same thing for this, this committee. If you could please come up, state your name, and then why you would like to be considered for this position. And we will start with Arj Man. All right, does not appear to be here. So we will move on to the next one of, we have an Arthur Morales on here, but I don't see him on our, all right, maybe he withdrew. Is there an Arthur Morales here? Okay. We'll move on to Carl Vance.
Mr. Vince sent an email earlier this evening apologizing he was not able to make this evening. He was ill.
Okay. And that will take us to Mr. Daniel Adams.
Good evening, everyone. Daniel Adams. I just would apply for this board because I want to help out the city as best I can. I'm assuming this is kind of one in terms of administrative appeal with discipline action that occur for employees. While I don't have any kind of civil experience in that, I am in the military and I've supervised many people and I've kind of done our version of this in the military as well. So I know what it's like to go through these type of disciplinary boards to help sort out whether the actions taken were the correct ones to take. So if you're going to apply, try to help out best I can. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Romo, can you explain the Board of Administrative Appeals, what kind of appeals they do? It's more conflicts about code enforcement, that kind of stuff, or what are we talking about?
Correct, sir. It's intended to be for building and safety, code enforcement matters, so items related to that.
So if a city makes a decision or judgment that the citizen wants to appeal, that would go to the appeals board then?
That's correct, sir.
And then
There's
they'd make a recommendation to council or something like that? Is that the way that works?
If there's something that the staff determines and they disagree with, then it goes to the Board of Appeals.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Adams, would you still be interested in a position like that? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, we will move on to Danica Glover. And we had one more withdrawal here.
Mayor, do we have any people in the overflow room?
Can we
that we
look
should
to
check
see if we have anybody in overflow?
Okay.
Thank you. And then Paula Drake, I believe, withdrew. So that takes us to Pedro Gutierrez. Okay, well, that appears to be fairly simple. We'll verify nobody in the overflow rooms real quick. And Nicole, while we're waiting for that, did any of these state that they did not want to do it? I know we had one that stated they couldn't be here. Were they still interested?
Mr. Vince stated he was interested, but just could not be here. And the only other communication I had was with Miss Drake, and she withdrew.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, I will make a motion to nominate Daniel Adams to the Board of Appeals.
No second.
Can I get a roll call for Mr. Adams?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. By matter of being here, we appreciate that. See, sometimes when you show up, that's what works, right? That's half the battle. Do we want to consider a council up here? Do we?
Yeah, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we approve Mr. Vince pending his confirmation to the Board of Appeals.
Anybody have any concern?
No, second that.
Okay, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes.
We got 2 out of 4.
Mayor, did we want to ask any of the EDC members if they were
Sure,
interested? Then?
sure. There was a recommendation by Councilmember Martinez to see if any of those that had applied for the Economic Development Committee, if they would like to be considered for the Boards of Appeal. Mr. Goolsby, is that something you'd like to be considered for?
Yeah, I feel like a backup prom date, but I'm still happy to serve the city, so I'd be happy to be considered.
Only if you're interested.
Oh, yeah, only if you would like to do that.
Just.
Okay, and I see a hand over there from Ms. Zaki as well. And council, would you like to consider
I'll-
them?
Yeah, I'll nominate Dr. Zaki for Board of Administrative Appeals.
I'll second that.
Okay, can I get a roll call for Dr. Zaki, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. And I'll move to nominate Mr. Goolsby for the Board of Administrative Appeals.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
That will bring us to the Finance and Audit Committee. And for the Finance and Audit Committee, we have one resident business representative, and then we also have one resident member. So there were 3 who checked that they would like to be considered for the business representatives. Once again, we're going for 2 seats. The first one would be the business representative. So my suggestion was going to be to take just the business representative first, and then if you guys are okay with that.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so same role as before. So Dennis Garcia?
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. My name is Dennis Garcia. I've been here in Beaumont for 15 years. I served with you guys in the Finance Audit Committee in 2022 and 2023, and I'm here to serve our city again. I'm elected. I own a fire security alarm company, and I had it for 20 years. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Go-To Actu? Did I get it right this time?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You would just let us know why you would like to be considered for finance and audit.
I apologize because I got so excited. I'm so happy. I'd like to add value to our community. We moved here from San Diego in 2008. And I know that I didn't get a chance to travel the world, but I had the chance of traveling Europe and more countries with the limited budgets, what we can do to make this world a better place. I'm here to add value if given the opportunity.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I realized I pulled him. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. All right, let me find Richard Cruz.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Richard Cruz. I've been in the city of Beaumont since 2005. I own a small transportation company that I inherited from my parents. And I applied for this position because never been a part of local governance, have been in volunteer work, helped with small local nonprofits, developing those, but just got married, have a small child, and I want to serve my community. I want to get involved and, show the path for my son. And so I think this is a exciting opportunity for me to be a part of. I have a bachelor's in business. I have a master's in emphasis in finance. And so I think that I don't know a ton about local governance, but I know how to do homework. I know how to do research. I know how to do analytical thinking, and be able to provide some good value to the projects that you have, which are very exciting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we have Ricardo Forbes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to just, talk to you about why I'm vying for this position. My name is Ricardo Forbes. I've lived in Beaumont for nearly 6 years. I'm probably the only person in this room who has actually dreamed of living in Beaumont. I came to the Inland Empire in 2006 and visited Beaumont, a couple of friends here, and loved the place. And I literally dreamed of once I became a professional and start working, that I would purchase a home in Beaumont. And so it was a dream come through. I currently work for Loma Linda University. I am the grant management specialist. I have over 15 years of service in grants in the nonprofit sector. I've worked as a grants manager, director of grants, also as a consultant. And so I have a deep knowledge of fiscal management, budget oversight, auditing process, and all of that. I also have a profound knowledge of institution budget, and as I said before, I have a passion for living in Beaumont. The city is growing exponentially. The city has a lot of potential, and I want to be a part of that. And I want Beaumont to thrive, because when Beaumont thrives, me and my family also thrives. And so thank you very much, and I hope I'm considered for this position.
Thank you. All right. Well, I kind of went out of turn a few minutes ago and brought up somebody who wasn't a business rep. Do we want to just continue on and bring up Mr. Rader? Okay. Are you guys okay with that? All right, we'll bring up Mr. Rader. Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good to say that. And council members.
My name is Ron Reeder. I am currently on the Economic, Finance and Audit Committee, have been for about a year. Went through acquiring a new audit company, which is not new. It was, we've had that audit company with Jennifer and Lisa. That was a great situation for me because I learned a lot. Currently, I'm on the hospital, San Gorgonio Memorial Hospital Finance Committee, and also treasurer of the Girls and Boys Club of the Pass. So I have some finance background. I'd like to continue with what I've started with the Finance Committee, and I would consider your recommendation that I would do that. So any questions, please don't hesitate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rader. All right, and with that, I will open it up to council if you'd like to call anybody back up. Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
You're good. All right, so we do have two positions that are available. Once again, one is for a business, and then the other one is for a resident. It does look like, Nicole, it can be business or resident, so really we can just kind of vote at large if we would like to. Is that something the council would like to see, or would we like to vote for a business representative, as we have three who have checked that off?
Ms. Mayor, question. So is Mr. Garcia, is he serving in the role of the business position currently?
Yes. I'm sorry, currently serving?
Well-
No, he's not
He's not a
currently on.
current member, no.
Yeah. He did not
A
come
previous
around on this
member.
one.
Right, okay.
He did
My
22 and
apologies.
23.
My apologies.
Yeah. I'm willing to go with going numbers 1 through 3, and then we can kind of shake it out from there. If you guys would like to do that? Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
On the business rep, does that mean that you own a business or that you just work for a business?
I own a business. My parents are
Sorry,
retired.
that's all right.
The description on there states that you either own a business or are a representative of a business in Beaumont.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe we should bring up Mr. Forbes. Yeah, if we could bring Mr. Forbes back up to see if he has a business that he's attached to. Is he still here?
But they all.
He's running.
They all can be residents.
They can all be
Right,
residents
yeah.
too, yeah.
So I like the idea of just voting to the top.
Top three, okay. The question was just with regards to whether or not you are representing a business or own one currently.
And the answer is no.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, we will move forward with 1 through 3. Nicole, if you'd like to start. Oh, hold on, Councilmember Martinez is reviewing still.
Question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lara.
Question for Mr. Rader. If you could come up.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently serving on the Economic Development Committee as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
I appreciate all your assistance.
If you want to go out of order, I'm ready.
Sure.
Okay.
Well,
So I'll go Mr. Forbes with a 1, Mr. Garcia 2, Mr. Cruz 3.
Okay, I'll circle back to Councilmember Lara.
Sure. I have Mr. Cruz is 1, Mr. Garcia is 2, and Mr. Forbes is 3.
Councilmember Fenn.
I have Mr. Cruz 1, Mr. Forbes 2, and Mr. Garcia 3.
Oh, I put the wrong ones, I'm sorry.
Lowest number's gonna,
Councilmember Martinez?
Garcia 1, Forbes 2, Octu 3.
And Mayor Voigt?
I have Forbes 1, Garcia 2, Cruz 3. Yeah, didn't really.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you
But we
should
can-
change the numbers. Let's give those numbers back to the high numbers first. Yeah, so for example.
recommendation, and we can make a motion
Yeah, so for example, mine instead of being 2, 3, 1, would be 2. Meaning I'm giving 4 to 3 because he's in charge. And then whoever gets the most total points is the winner.
So reverse, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to
Yeah, if we could-
redo this one?
Yeah.
Also, like you said, this can be used as just recommendation.
Yeah,
that
this
you
could
can
be-
base
yeah,
this
we
off.
could-
No, I agree, but it's hard to tell, you know.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter to me, I'll just flip them. Are we flipping them?
Right, so the 3s would become a 1, the 2s would stay a 2, and the 1s would become a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Based off of this recommendation.
Mine's good.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
So that makes more sense. All right,
It's
so.
visual.
Yeah. Okay, so can I entertain a motion? We-
Sure, I will move to appoint Mr. Forbes and Mr. Garcia. And we'll make Mr. Garcia the business director. That's my motion.
I'll second. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes.
Did we need to,
Oh, do we need an alternate?
yeah, the alternate?
Yes.
And then the alternate, is there an alternate available? Or-
Yes, there is an alternate.
Sorry, and we need a motion for that too, right?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to have Mr. Cruz be the alternate.
I'll second.
Are you good with that, Mr. Cruz? Thank you. You know, we still like the alternates to show up and contribute. You just won't be able to vote. Okay.
And I'll do roll call. Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, so that brings us to the heavy hitter with our Parks and Recs. We can, so we will then take the sports leagues first, and then we'll roll those over. And we will probably need to do 1 through 3 on this first one for the sports league representative. Well, and let me go back. Do 2 for your top pick and 1 for your second pick with regards to the sports leagues, and we'll do those top 5 first. Does that make sense? Or am I confusing everyone? Okay, so we will call up Arta Williams.
Good evening, Council. My name is Artel Williams. Been in Beaumont since 1988. Graduated from Beaumont. Also run the Beaumont Community Youth Basketball League I've been involved the last 20 years, current president for the last 3 years. Been involved in the football league here also. The reason why I think I'm good for this position is because I have played sports all my life, been an exceptional athlete, and also I just want to teach these kids that instead of getting into trouble and doing, crazy things out there, they have an opportunity to do something here in the community and be productive. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Brian Stevens.
That was a very humble speech, sir. Good evening, everybody. It's good to be here and good to see you. Y'all look different without the hard hats and shovels that you had yesterday. My name is Brian Stevens, and I've been working with youth from education standpoint, as well as Riverside County Probation, as well as Parks and Rec throughout Southern California for over 2 decades. And not only, I'm not as good as Altai Williams is in sports, but I've been a part of BCYB with him. He's a great teammate for the last 15 years. Also, thank y'all for the help that y'all helped us to get it together with Mr. Doug 2 years ago. Appreciate you, Mr. Doug, back there. Just would like to carry on because, as we all know, the streets are available 24/7. And so these kids and youth need something to do. As this city grows, sometimes we price out a lot of them when it comes to sports and things like that. So just trying to help bridge some kind of gap that can make the community a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. And is Mr. Valdivia here tonight?
Mr. Valdivia sent in a email stating that he would not be able to be here this evening, but still wants to be considered for the position.
Okay. And then trying to find Mr. O'Donnell, William O'Donnell. We had you sitting for a while today.
Yeah, just a little bit. Good evening, council. My name is William O'Donnell. I've been a Beaumont resident for well over 30 years. Youth coach in multiple sports for many of those years. I was a scout leader for over 10 years locally. Retired from the Southern California Gas Company. I just feel that Parks and Rec is a very important part of the city. I mean, you have houses, you have businesses, all that, but we can't forget recreation. We can't forget the need for people to be able to do something outside of just work and study. So I just want to be able to contribute to making Beaumont a little bit of a better place. I have a varied experience. Like I said, I was a assistant tennis coach at Beaumont High. Right now, I teach and coach for Beaumont Banning Pickleball Club. So I've been doing it for, like I said, for 30 years. I'd like to continue to contribute. So thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you. And we will call up next Mr. James Livingston.
Mayor, if I could, I do have a written email from Mr. Valdivia, if I could read into the record for him.
Absolutely.
Mr. Valdivia states, "I'm sorry for my absence from the council meeting as I have a family issue come up. I would like to express my interest on being on the Parks and Rec Committee again. It was a good experience as I was able to join to judge the Christmas light parade, be a little more involved with parks throughout the city, and get info out to the community. My involvement with Sports Park Beaumont has been going well over 30 years as I was a coach in Beaumont youth baseball and softball. I served on the Beaumont Youth Softball Board as vice president. I took over from my dad, David Valdivia Sr., who helped build the Valdivia Field with the help of family members and the city of Beaumont. On the Beaumont Coyotes men's fast pitch that has one of the longest standing events in Beaumont of 46 years. Rangel and Valdivia Field. As the manager of the team, we have placed second and fourth place in the NAFA World Series in Wisconsin. In closing, it would be an honor to serve on the committee for a second term. Thank you for your time and consideration."
Great, thank you. All right, we will vote for the Sports League rep then out of those candidates. And we will go with number 2 being your number 1 and number 1 being the second choice. There we go. Anybody like to bring anybody back up? Mr. White, or we're good?
I'm good.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Fenn.
Thank you. Can I bring Mr. Stevens back up?
He's on his way.
Thank you, sir. So we got a lot of information to go through, but can you explain your experience when you talked about probationary work with the kids?
I was at Riverside Juvenile Hall as well as Indio Juvenile Hall and then Twin Pines Ranch for many years. So did 14 years as a probation group counselor. Then they switched it to probation correctional officer and things like that. Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilmember White?
Nicole, can we just get a little background information? This committee's been around for 2 years, right?
Correct.
And so everyone who's serving on it now has been serving for 2 years.
Correct.
And tonight, we're going to, when we're all done and everything sorts itself out, they will always be 3-year terms, 4-year terms? What will the 2-year terms?
It's alternating.
We recently brought an item to council to help stagger the terms because we appointed everybody all at once. They all expired all at once,
Right.
which is not preferred. So tonight, we are asking that you appoint 2 of the members, the community members, to 3-year terms.
Okay.
To help that staggering. But from then on, it will always be 2-year terms.
So
but there
every
will be-
person would serve 2 years and then ask to be back on the committee if they wanted to.
Yes,
Going
but tonight, 2 of them, we
We'll
will
get
ask to serve
3-year
a
terms.
3-year, correct?
Okay, and of the sports league, Mr. Valdivia is the only one who's currently on the Parks and Rec, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely. I apologize.
Nicole, can you clarify, Mr. Valdivia, was he on the board or is he an alternate?
He was, this is a pop
I believe he's an
quiz.
alternate.
Yes, he was an alternate.
He's an alternate
Okay.
currently. All right, are we ready? Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. I'll share my screen. I'll start with the listings. Councilmember Lara?
David Valdivia is my number 2 and Mr. Williams is my number 1. 2 being your favorite, right?
2 being your first choice.
AV, can you share my screen? Thank you. Councilmember Fenn?
Stevens, number 1 choice, Williams, number 2 choice.
You mean,
And I'm sorry, I was taking notes when you were talking and I missed the instructions.
okay, so
So
I
that's why I
believe
said it
he
that way.
wants to flip them, and that would say 2 and 1.
Your highest choice gets the highest.
The highest
Okay,
number. Highest
so
choice for highest points.
Stevens would be 2 points.
Councilmember Martinez?
Stevens, 2, Valdivia, 1.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Valdivia 2, Stevens 1.
And Mayor Voigt?
Stevens 2, Williams 1. So it looks like, per the recommendation, Stevens would be the nomination.
So I move to appoint Mr. Stevens as the sports league rep for the Parks and Rec Committee.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. Now, of those that just interviewed for the sports league, that I'm assuming you'll entertain an idea to continue on for the other ones? Okay. So I think that was Mr. O'Donnell? Yes. Okay, and then we had Mr. Williams, and I'm assuming Mr. Valdivia as well. Okay, so we will move on with our applicants. And we will bring up Cynthia Alvarado Crawford.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. My name is Cynthia Alvarado Crawford. I'm a proud mother of 3 boys, ages 18, 13, and 10, who actively participate in programs and events right here in the city of Beaumont. As both a parent and a professional, I experience firsthand the value that quality parks and recreation services bring to the community. I've dedicated over 20 years of my career into public services in the parks and recreation field in particular, and have had the opportunity to serve 3 cities in executive leadership roles. I'm currently the vice president of a nonprofit organization called the Friends of CID, where we work in partnership with the community center in San Bernardino to help inclusive opportunities for individuals with special needs. I'm interested in giving back to the community that I live in, which is why I decided to apply. I have a lot of knowledge in the field. Do some work with Doug every now and then, bounce ideas, and also participate in, obviously, the leagues with my kids. So that's it.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Adams.
Hello again. Daniel Adams, applying because, well, as a Beaumont resident, I partake in the programs for Park and Rec. We go to the parks. I have children myself that use those parks as well. I like the direction that the department has been going the last few years. The noticeable improvements to the parks themselves specifically has been great. My kids have loved it. So just seeing this opening kind of come up, I wanted to roll up my sleeves and do what I could to help. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Daniel Calderon.
Hello, I'm Daniel. Thank you for having me tonight. I saw this opportunity as an opening just to kind of give back to the community, connect myself. I'm somewhat of a newer resident to Beaumont. I've been here for 3 years and live in Olivewood. My wife is a kindergarten teacher at Tournament Hills, and professionally I do real estate like Councilmember Fenn, and am a champion for the city, bringing families together, and I think this is kind of an opportunity to connect and give back. So I'm excited. I'd like to be an advocate to kind of the disadvantaged members and just promoting usability for the facilities and the programs, as well as the parks. So thank you, guys. Merry Christmas also.
Thank you. All right, Diane.
Good evening. Hello, Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. I've been on the Parks and Recreation Committee for the last 2 years. And so I wanted to really emphasize how important it is for me to come before you just to let you and share how much it was to serve on this committee for the Parks and Recreation, for the kids, and for all that, and to partnership with Doug and the collaboration that I saw every single time that we met with Doug and his team, that they did so well. It was a pleasure advocating for, not only for the residents, but for Beaumont. I've been Beaumont residents for about 18 years. And, you know, to be able to advocate and be that role model, to express our gratitude and express our feedback when something was proposed to us in terms of the parks. We know quality of life here at Beaumont is the biggest thing, and that's what I see. And that's what I learned here, is that the Parks and Recreation team and even the Parks and Recreation Committee, that work-life balance, that making sure wellness and exclusivity and everything of Beaumont residents, that it's so important that we all come together, and that's why I'm reapplying here. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And Isabella Rice.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Rice. I am seeking a position on the Parks and Rec Committee today, and I graduated from Beaumont Middle College High School with the Golden State Merit Seal and Seal of Biliteracy in December of 2024. In my time at Beaumont Middle College High School, I organized the very first yearbook team and was part of the student council, all while starting my college career. Through my current pursuit of a Bachelor's of Science of Geology from California State University of San Bernardino, I've had a lot of experience with a lot of different coursework, and growing up here in Beaumont, I've developed a real passion for our lovely community and our natural spaces, and I don't entirely know what the Parks and Rec Committee does, but I would definitely like to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Laura Schnorr?
Wow, I didn't think I was going to be nervous. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Laura Schnorr. I've been on the Parks and Recs Committee for 2 years. I want to share with you my experience because it's been a true pleasure. When I started, I really had no idea what we were going to be doing. But in the time that we have been together as a committee, it's been spectacular. Seeing the work that the Parks and Rec Department does, being part of the master plan, being part of all the events, just really having a connection with the community as well, and being an advocate for people who feel voiceless. My best experience is the disc golf community telling me that because they were able to talk to me, they were able to connect with Doug, that they felt that they were heard. And I think that that's one of the things that's really important about the committee is not only having people have a chance to be heard, but to actually celebrate and embrace the great and fantastic work that we do. So I would really like to be back on this committee because I'm not done. So thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Laura. And Marty Perkins. Alrighty. We have Ronald Brown.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members and staff. I've been a member of the community for 32 years, all my life. I grew up using a lot of the facilities that Beaumont has to offer. I've been a volunteer coach doing community service for the city for the last 18 years, since I was 17. So just giving back to the community. I'd love to say that I'm an advocate for the youth. Throughout the city. I take pride in that, and I know that everything's not perfect, but I believe I could bring a unique point of view and help improve and keep this thing going forward. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you for your interest. And Dr. Zaki?
Thank you again for your time this evening. It's a little awkward, but since we're at the same meeting and I was appointed to the Board of Administrative Appeals and you have a very rich pool of applicants for this committee, I would like to respectfully withdraw at this point and would love to see what all these wonderful folks are going to do.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. And I think we have one last one. Yael Jimenez. Did we have anybody else out? We're good? Okay. All right. So we have 3 seats that we are going to have available. And so what we will do is, first off, does anybody want to bring anybody else up for some questions? All right. Let me ask out there, does anybody have any opposition to the 3-year term and somebody only wants to commit to the 2 years? Okay, look at that. Look at all this commitment. I love it. Okay, very good. Then the council will work on their first choice will be 3 points, second choice will be 2, and third choice will be one. And I think the way we should do this is the top two will get the 3-year term and the last one will get the 2-year term. Does that work?
Yeah, 2 alternates as well.
And the 2 alternates.
Yes, I was thinking maybe.
So we should go for 5.
you Go for 5.
So we should go for 5.
And then whoever gets the highest number gets to choose which seat they want.
Okay,
And then the next 2 get to pick the 2 seats that they want.
okay. That works. Is
That
that
work?
okay with you guys? So 5 will be your top choice, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, let me get my numbering down and. Yeah, don't forget you have the sports league people up top that you can choose from as well. So that's Williams, Valdivia, and O'Donnell.
You know, every time we do this, we get more and more people coming out. So I just want to thank you all. I wish we had more spots to fill, but please, we're doing this all the time. And if you don't get selected tonight, we'd love to have you come back the next time. So
Absolutely.
this is definitely the most we've ever received in one night, I believe, or it's very close.
Yeah, the applications and resumes were outstanding. I couldn't believe as we were going through this, it's just amazing. So it's, we want to thank you all as well.
And for sticking with us. All right, we ready? Okay.
We'll start with Councilmember Lara.
David Valdivia, 5. Mr. Williams, 4. I'm going to butcher this name, I apologize. Garina, 3. Schooner, 2. And Crawford, 1.
Councilmember Fenn.
Williams, 5. Valdivia, 4. Schnur, 3. Crawford, 2. Garena, 1.
Councilmember Martinez.
Schneider, 5. Guerrero, 4. Valdivia, 3. Brown, 2. O'Donnell, 1.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
I had Mr. Williams at 5. Ms. Rice at 4. Ms. Schnorr at 3. Garina at 2. And Valdivia, 1.
And Mayor Voigt.
Valdivia, 5. Williams, 2. Oh, sorry, I'm kind of going out of order here. Crawford, 1. Garina, 3. And Schnorr, 4. Did we, I don't think I had a Stevens.
Yeah, you need to update, oh, never mind.
Oh, wait, I see how you did them on the bottom, never mind. I see what you did there.
You're quick, Nicole, thanks.
Yeah, she is. All right, so it looks like Valdivia, and he's not here to request whether it's a 3-year or a 2-year. It's Mr. Williams and Ms. Schnur for the 3 main seats, it looks like. And then Garena for an alternate. And then we have a tie after that. Am I reading that correctly? With Crawford and Rice.
Yeah, so I'm going to make a motion for the top three here, and then Mr. Valdivia can select, and then the other two can take the other terms, if that's okay. So that would be Mr. Valdivia, Ms. Schnur, and Mr. Williams.
Mayor Pro Tem White, as a point of clarification, were you suggesting that Valdivia would choose with the city clerk?
Yeah, since he got
he's
the
not
highest.
here?
Yeah.
Is that a possibility?
We do need to make a motion this evening, so we wouldn't be able to make it
Just make a
contingent on a.
Just assign him, you want to just assign him to the 3-year?
Okay, so I will move that Mr. Valdivia is the 3-year term, and Ms. Schnur is the 3-year term,
And then Mr.
and Mr. Williams is the 2-year term.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes,
Mayor Voigt?
Yes.
Can we repeat that motion?
I made the motion.
Yeah, what was it again? I want to make
Sure,
sure.
I made the motion that it would be Mr. Valdivia and Ms. Schnur, which have the 3-year term.
There's only one 3-year term.
Oh, we showed two
It says
on
2
the,
seats.
on the sheet here.
Madam Mayor, on the agenda,
Oh.
it states 1 3-year term and 2 2-year terms.
Right. That's where the confusion was.
Okay, yeah, on the spreadsheet, we have it the other way.
Which is the correct, Nicole?
The correct is,
It's got to be 2 3.
sorry, it is 2 3-year terms, so how we have the motion
That way we
is
have half and
correct.
half of the
Yeah.
committee doing
I
it.
had it incorrect on the staff report.
So again, my motion is Mr. Valdivia, Ms. Schnur on the 3-year terms, and then Mr. Williams on the 2-year term.
And I'll second that.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, so that leaves us with the 2 alternate seats. Can I get the spreadsheet? Oh, there it is. So we have Miss Garena as a alternate. And then that leaves Miss Wright and Miss Crawford. And we have 2 seats. So do we want to go through the voting process again, or do we want to just make a motion and then we can go from there?
We could arm wrestle for it.
Oh,
It's Parks and Rec, right?
dodgeball might be more appropriate.
Tug of war.
All right, why don't we, if we're okay, we'll move to, I will move to make Miss Garena the alternate, one alternate. Do we have a second on that? And then we can
I'll second that.
discuss the others. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes.
You want to just vote for the 2 who had 4?
Well, we only have 2 alternate seats unless we.
Right, so I'm saying.
So we need one
We
more.
vote, we decide between Ms. Crawford and who was the
Rice.
other person?
Rice.
Ms. Rice. So why don't we do a quick vote, 2 and 1 on that one?
Sure. So we're gonna, Nicole, take us to Miss Crawford and
There
Miss
is-
Rice.
There is a point of clarification that's needed. For the alternate members, we have one that's designated for a resident and one that's designated for a league rep. Therefore, if we do have a vacancy, it's easier for us to slide them into that position. It's up to your discretion, but that's what was done previously, just for consideration.
But our league rep we picked was Mr.
Stevens.
Stevens, right?
Yeah. So if, I mean, technically, if Mr. Williams wanted to be an alternate for a sports league versus an actual member, that would be an option. You want to, and then we would then vote on a member.
Yeah, I think it should be one of the fours, and I'll
Okay.
start by making a motion that we appoint Ms. Rice to that position as alternate, if she wants to do the alternate. She does.
I'll second.
So we'll need to restate that, because I got lost a bit.
I'm moving that we appoint Ms. Rice as the final alternate.
So we're going away from having a sports league rep
Okay,
as
so
the
just a
alternate, so
general
just a
alternate.
general alternate. Correct.
Okay, and if we have a sports vacancy, then we are back again?
Well, we could always slide yes, we're good. I think we're good with that motion.
All right, I just don't want to be back again.
I'll do roll call if you're ready.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilmember Lara?
Yeah.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. And I will recommend that we take a 10-minute recess. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess and then we will adjourn. Thank you all as noted, and we appreciate the participation.
See that, Robert?
You don't have to wear a tie if you bring cookies.
All right, I will bring us back from break, and we will move on to J3, which is a memorandum of understanding between the city and Cherries of the Past Foundation for the 2026 Cherry Festival event. We have a staff report by Mr. Romo.
Yes, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is the 2026 Cherry Festival MOU. The council had requested last year. So after we had the cherries of the, well, I should say the Cherry Festival recapitulation from last year, we decided we were going to move forward with an MOU. We've gone ahead and met with Ari and her staff and our staff as well. And the determination from staff was that because the Parks District was not going to be part of the beer garden, we were going to do an MOU just with the Cherry Foundation, which is now the Cherries of the Past Foundation. So I'm going to go through a slide presentation here with you. So the new Cherries of the Past Foundation, which was prior the Cherry Valley or the Cherry Festival Association, has been doing the Cherry Festival for over 100 plus years, as we all know. This is to promote community spirit, generate economic activity. And on March 18th, the city went ahead and did a sponsorship for the entertainment venue. And on April 15th, we did that three-party MOU with the city, the former CFA, which is again now the Cherry Festival, Cherries of the Past Foundation, and also the Beaumont Cherry Valley Park and Recreation District. And then on the 19th of August, that's when we presented the briefing to you. So in preparation of this 2026 MOU, we drafted an MOU, like I said, just with the foundation, and identifying that we would have a rental agreement with a park district that would later be applied for as co-applicants between ourselves and the foundation. And that's what the MOU identifies. So the Cherries of the Past Foundation would obtain the permits and would operate the beer garden. So we would not be involved in that part of it. We are involved, of course, in the special event permit, and that's something, since we're sponsoring, there's no fee for that. We'll go ahead and process it. We'll take the site plan to the DRC. We'll review all of that and make sure that all of our departments have a say in it. And the Park District, like I said, would have the rental agreement. They've already forwarded us a copy. And so one of the main things that we're looking at there is the insurance. So the way we look at it is the city would be the second in line for the insurance. So we have the Cherries Foundation first in line. They have a $1 to $2 million insurance. And ours would be the higher end if needed. So just keep that in mind. So the draft MOU would take effect upon us executing this and continue through June 30th of 2026. Staff is recommending 2 automatic extensions. And the reason for this is we believe this is going to be the same next year and the following year. But if you decide we need to modify this, then of course we would go ahead and modify it and bring you another MOU. But right now, just for efficiency purposes, we felt that an automatic 2 one-year extensions would be appropriate, but we'll get direction from you. So again, the relationship is between 2 separate and independent parties, no transfer of intellectual property ownership, and the usage of any name, trademarks, logos are designated intellectual property during the term of the MOU for the sole purpose of advertising, marketing the event. That is it. And the city is going to work closely with the foundation to make sure that our name is out there as the sponsor of the event. So looking at the responsibilities. City, just like last year, we would be providing the police services and the fire services. So all public safety under the city, which would include traffic management. Also transit, we'd have shuttle services and service fee charges, and the parking management as well. So there's still discussion as to whether we want to charge for that or not. So that's not part of the MOU. That is an option. But something I believe we can bring on later. Also, we would indemnify the Cherries of the Past Foundation, but they would also indemnify the city. So Cherry's responsibility, the beer garden, with conditions imposed by the city for public safety, maintenance expenses and services, all the cleanup, all that would be the responsibility of the foundation. Volunteers and paid staff, prior, during, and after the event, completely the foundation. Private security, licensed, bonded, and approved by the Beaumont Police Department. And also, we would ensure compliance with all regulations, state, federal, and local. So there are 3 items that the foundation asked us for. We, as staff, are not in support of these, and I'll explain why. Under Section 5, the beer and wine sales and operation, the foundation is asking us to remove Sections 5.2 to 5.8. They believe, since they're the sole provider of the alcohol, all that is dealt with the ABC license, which in a sense is true. However, we don't support this modification because it doesn't hurt to have that in writing to identify, besides your alcohol license, the city also acknowledges that you're going to be doing these safety measures when it comes to alcohol. Section 6.1, this is in terms of maintenance of the carnival area, food area, everything having to do with the event. They're asking us to remove that because they believe that all that is going to be part of the rental agreement. But again, if we're proposing to be co-applicants of that rental agreement, we want to make sure that we identify that the Cherries of the Past is the one that's solely responsible for the cleanup, not city staff. And then the last item, Section 6.5, is the timing of cleanup following the event. They're requesting that the 36 hours be changed to a specified time frame. We don't support that modification. We're just feeling that to identify a specific time frame would avoid any ambiguity. And so in conclusion, last year our event cost us about $258,000, and that includes the $100,000 that you donated for the entertainment venue. So we're estimating the same cost for this next year. And again, that includes all public safety, police and fire, traffic control, parking management. And we do have the ability now to do an RFP and go out and select, make sure we select a company that gives us the best value. Last year, it was pretty short notice. However, Robert did an excellent job of bringing that whole cost down. And also it includes shuttle service, insurance, and the donation, like I said, for the entertainment. So recommendation today is that you approve this MOU as presented by staff and authorize the mayor to sign on behalf of the city. Alternate actions, approve the MOU with the recommended revisions from the foundation or partial revisions as you direct us today, and also authorize the mayor to sign. Or direct staff to bring the MOU back with recommended revisions to the next regularly scheduled meeting. So with that said, we have the members of the foundation here, if you have any questions for them. So that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romo. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, seeing no public comment, I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I just want to start off with a couple of clarifying things before we go on. So, number one, by crowd control, because it says that we're in charge of crowd control, but then over here it says they're in charge of security. So are we keeping the same model where they're hiring a independent security on premises and then police is secondary? And
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
So the idea is that they have the security personnel, but the Beaumont Police Department approves it and is secondary in case that were to fail.
Okay, and then for maintenance expenses, is that including any damage to the park that may happen because of the event?
That's correct. The foundation would be responsible for that, and their insurance would come first. But of course, it's very likely that with any claim that comes through, they will name all parties,
Well, I'm talking more like broken sprinklers, trees broken, fences taken down, or, things that damage the park itself, in which, the park's going to want to be reimbursed for that and so forth.
That
so is
is,
that a part of the Cherry organization to do as a part of their
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then as far as payment, so even though we're co-sponsors or co-applicants for the event, is the payment coming from them or us or joint? Because I don't see it as a part of our responsibilities, so I'm assuming.
When it comes to the donation, will go directly to the entertainment venue, and the other services are going to be paid by the city. It used to be that we would get a reimbursed for police services a couple of years ago, but last year, we went ahead and covered those costs.
And how about for the fee of the rental fee of the park?
The rental fee of the park would be the responsibility of the Cherries Foundation, and what they charge is $5,500 a day, and my understanding is they need it for 10 days because of the carnival vendor. So that comes out to about $55,000.
Okay. And then lastly, I just want to put in my 2 cents. I don't agree with the automatic renewal. I think because this is our first MOU, especially with the new entity, I guess we can say, I think it's prudent that we take a look at it after the first to do our reflections and so forth and go from there. So I wouldn't be in favor of approving it with that automatic part of the agreement. But that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
And Councilmember Lara?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Martinez in regards to the automatic, only so that we can work out any of the details since it is going to be fairly new. And then maybe after the first couple of years, when we start to get a process worked out, then maybe at that point we could do an automatic renewal. But I think initially we just need to work kind of through these steps. I appreciate the willingness of the association to work with us and to try to smooth that out. So, and if I understand correctly, you're saying that whether we charge for parking or not is going to be up to us at this point?
That's correct, sir. Last year, we decided not to, so I'd like to get direction from you. If this is something that you would like to, then we'd look into it. It would be something that the city would end up collecting. One of the reasons we didn't do it last year, though, was because of the equipment that we needed to be able to collect the monies. And again, it was such short notice, we didn't have time to put that together.
I'd like to at least look into that just to see what the potential cost would be and to see what type of revenue we could generate without overcharging, just to offset some of the costs maybe for police services. Let's see.
We will definitely look into that, sir.
Okay, and then, and maybe it's too early to answer this, but I know we had talked earlier about the association working to a point to where they would maybe not need as much financial support from the city, which is another reason I'd like to kind of look at that at the end of each year, at least maybe for the first couple of years, just to see if we're making headway or if they're making headway. Obviously, they were kind of brought into this at the end. Excuse me. And they're it seems like they're doing a great job, especially with the year to prepare. So just a couple of comments for you on that. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
And Councilmember White? Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem White.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you. One of the things that we were really concerned about after this year's was moving this forward in a timely manner. So to get it done at this point, the end of the year, I appreciate that. I'm not so sure, I'm not completely against not going with an automatic 2-year, but I do think that there's nothing stopping us from modifying, addressing issues that came up that we didn't plan for before, but it's also nice, I think, to give some stability if we are going to end up doing it the next year. What were the items? Can you review the items again that they have asked for that staff has recommended against? I don't need the section numbers, just sort of a summary of what those were.
Absolutely, sir. So under Section 5 of the agreement, the beer and wine sales, the foundation, they agree that it's their sole responsibility to obtain the ABC license, but they feel that Sections 5.2 to 5.8 are not really necessary to put into the MOU. And if I look at those sections, let me see, they have to do with making sure that you're not selling to minors, making sure that you have them in certain containers, also that you've got a cashless system. So certain provisions that they feel are already part of the ABC license, they feel they're repetitive. And the other section,
Yeah, what was it? Those I'm okay leaving.
okay. Let's see, the other section, 6.1, has to do with maintenance of the carnival area. Again, they're feeling that the facility rental agreement is already going to point that out. But if you go in as a co-applicant with them, then the Parks District is going to say you're both responsible. We want to clarify in the MOU that even though the Park District identifies that in the rental agreement, we're identifying that, no, you're responsible for the maintenance, not our staff.
Okay. And that was there was one more, there were three, right?
Yes, the section 6.5 is the timing of the cleanup. Rather than saying within 36 hours, they just want to identify a specified time frame. But we think that by saying specified time frame, it brings some ambiguity to when the cleanup actually happens. So we think 36 hours are sufficient.
I would think if you were going to specify a time frame, you'd put it in the MOU.
I would think so too, yes, sir.
But if that's all we've got is the 36. So I wanted to talk about the parking. I brought this up last year. I mean, yes, it's nice to recoup some of our costs. I'm assuming revenue we receive from parking could just go back into, would it have to be to a certain account or just straight back into the general fund? That's not my concern or focus, but I think what we need to do to look at the parking is we need to price it in a way that, sort of like what you do with toll roads. We want to make it expensive enough that they're going to go to the park and catch a shuttle in, so we have less traffic to deal with. And if people do want to pay the higher price to bring in 2 or 3 families in one SUV, again, I think that's good for us. Whether or not we make money, maybe we make more money if we charge a lot less, but I really think we should use parking to manage our traffic. And I think that's why we should charge for that. That's all I had.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so I'll come back with my other comments I have. So because we're a new entity, I want to make sure that we are still as a council committed to receiving an annual audit from the new Cherries Foundation. And here's why. In the beginning, we were concerned, or I was concerned, because I made a commitment to the public that we were being good stewards of their money. And if we were going to be donating very high numbers, then we owed it to the public to justify that, things were being spent accordingly and that there was verification of expenditures and so forth. Now that we're moving over to this type of a situation where we're covering a lot of the expenses that's outlined here, my new concern is the idea of a co-sponsorship. And I know you outlined that co-sponsorship isn't the traditional sense of a co-sponsorship. It's a co-sponsorship with unique responsibilities outlined. But what I'm concerned about is I look over the P&L information, and I'm concerned about the operating losses that are occurring as we go from year to year. It's clear that there's been negative operations going between 2024 and possibly estimated for 2025, where you're looking at big number ranges, 227,000 perhaps at 224 and 183 estimated possibly for 2025. So if we're going to continue into a trend of operating losses, it doesn't, obviously you can see if you go 1 more year or 2 more years at that trend, you're not going to have any more assets left there in the account. And it concerns me, being the co-sponsor, that if we're going to be going down this trend, my number one fear is being that deep pocket city, that we're always the place where we have to dig in and make up what's missing. And, with trends like this, I get concerned about that. So I just want to caution the council to be aware of that. Of course, the festival is an absolute necessity for the community. I have nothing against that, nor those that run it, so please understand that. My sole concern is coming from the fiscal responsibility of the stewards of the money of the residents of the city, to make sure that we are doing our best diligence to protect that. So I want to just caution, council with that. In the past, when I had asked at the end of the discussion last time, when the 2x2 was committed, I asked for, and I was hoping that what we were going to come up with is, okay, if this is our responsibilities as a city, and we're going to provide this, then if these are your responsibilities as an association, or in this case, foundation, what are your estimated expenses and what are your likelihood of recovering those expenses, your revenue estimates. Because, again, if we're going to be co-sponsoring, then we want to make sure everybody's pulling their weight. And if there's a problem, then I don't see in here where, we have any control over the ticket prices nor anything like that, which is fine. That's not our concern if that's what you're going to run. But what I'm concerned about is the ability to be sustainable. And it's a fiscal concern that I have. So one, I guess my summary is just to make sure that the council is okay with me asking for that continual audit, that is something that we're still requiring of the new foundation now. The audits come in February, March, so it's difficult to, make decisions now, like on an MOU, when I don't know what that's going to, show until February. But, that's why I went on the 24 and looked at the past P&Ls to see, what our trend is. And the trend's not pretty, so, I'm willing to keep going, but that's also a reason why I didn't want to do the automatic. Because it's something that we need to pause on and say, okay, let's look at everything. Make sure everything's sustainable as we're going, make sure everything worked out where we thought it was, and then we'll go from there. So instead of saying automatic, unless we want to change it, I think it's more prudent to say, no, we're going to stop and check. And if everything's fine, then it's a quick okay. But if it's not, then we're already stopped to reevaluate that. So again, caution that, because I won't approve it with an automatic in the statement. So that's just my view. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you,
Councilman
Mayor.
Martinez, if I could respond to that, and I understand the concern, and that's one of the reasons we feel that sponsorship from, in other words, having a sponsorship program to strengthen or reduce our costs as well as the foundation's costs is important. I had brought this up to staff, having our own sponsorship program. However, we didn't want to take away from the foundation because they're looking for sponsorship money, and somebody could say, who do I donate to, right? But if we help the foundation and we go out, and talk to our large businesses and say, hey, this is an opportunity to advertise yourself to the community throughout this large festival, we might be able to help them build that up. But it is the idea. I agree that financials don't look good, and that's one of the reasons they need us to help. But the idea is that we do this for 2-3 years at the most till they become sustainable. And with our help, we're hoping that is going to be the case.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a good plan. I still think we need to pause at the 1 year mark, but I think it's something of this magnitude really has to be done with many involved. So, the foundation hopefully will take our help when it comes to those connections. And so if you would to try to do the sponsorship, it's a great idea. I think that's necessary to gap some of this. But again, they're still their own foundation. We can only show, and it's still their decisions, and they're running that. They're not they don't have public oversight. So, that's another concern I've always had getting into a co-sponsorship with an entity that doesn't have public oversight, is that we're accountable, we're a council, but they don't have a board that's accountable. So, those little things are nothing to say that things aren't working or so forth. These are just concerns that I have that I want everybody to be aware of so that we don't come down the road and say, oh, I didn't think of that or something. That's all. But I appreciate that, and I think that is a very positive view and approach, and I would support that, surely.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Boy, yeah. Real quick, yes, audits I think are important. We need to continue to do those, but we also need to understand what an audit is telling us. 2 years ago, they weren't renting anything. So their costs have gone up significantly from moving them from Stewart Park to another venue. So I mean, we just need to keep that, when you look at the trend, that's a big part of that trend, is that they didn't have those expenses before. Last year, I think was because of the rush, we were in a position that we weren't making the best opportunity we could. I think the way this event becomes sustainable for the Cherry Festival is that for the city to be a lot more involved in the promotion and getting the word out. And I think that's that if we do things like that and we start to build a partnership on those kinds of things, the parking, the traffic, stuff like that, they be honest with you, they could have brought in a lot more people last year if they had more time and if we were behind their marketing efforts. I think that's where we can help. I thought the MOU was pretty good, that it pretty much did delineate, but I think there's nothing wrong with coming back with a refined version that answers a little more of the details that Mr. Martinez is looking for. And again, I'm not against the 1 year automatic. I just think, as you pointed out, that the way they become sustainable is not, it's going to turn around in 1 year. It's going to take some support. And I think it's a big event for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for all of that. And I too want to mention that I appreciate bringing this back early. And I think that that's one of the things I'd like to see get done today, is that we do try and get this done so that we can move forward and, get going with regards to this and entertain the parking discussion a little bit further and work towards developing that marketing strategy now. The earlier, the better. I too would like to see the audit required on there. So I would support that with regards to the MOU. And if it makes this council more comfortable to bring it back, I understand the reasonings, but to bring it back for this first year, if that makes this, a little bit easier for us to approve tonight and get going, then I think those modifications could be recommended. So my recommendation to the council would be that we require the audit and that we make the term for 1 year and we move forward. Okay, then I will make a motion to approve the MOU with 2 changes, that this would be a 1 year MOU and that we would place a requirement for an annual audit.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right. Yay. Yeah. All right. Well, we will move on to discussion and direction regarding billboard regulations and potential ordinance amendments. And we will get a staff report by Mr. Jones.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. There's no presentation, but this item is intended to briefly recap prior council discussion regarding the city's existing billboard policy and to frame potential future considerations for policy direction. Tonight's presentation is just to discuss what we talked about last time, to highlight responsive text from the staff report you all reviewed, to watch an informational video for lumens and foot candles and their trespass, and then to recap recommended action. At the last meeting, you discussed the cumulative visual effects of existing signage, particularly in key corridors, and the perception of visual oversaturation. Council also noted that portions of the existing policy reflect older industry standards and may not adequately address today's technology or provide sufficient flexibility for the city or applicants. And another key thing that you all talked about was the existing restrictions that unintentionally limit development opportunities. Council expressed interest in exploring how a modernized code could better balance community protection with economic opportunity. And you requested additional information on how modern digital billboard technology functions, particularly with respect to brightness, ambient light conditions, and driver safety. To that end, staff has a 6-minute and 37-second informational video, which I can speed up to 3x if you want. We'll see if there's time, but no, I'm just kidding. Informational video to talk about the brightness and light conditions. It explains how systems are technologically designed to comply with state and federal regulations. And I'm prepared to share now. Thank you.
LED digital billboard displays are a modern way of changing advertising copy on out-of-home display signs. On a digital billboard, a static message is displayed with no animation, no motion effects, and no video. With inherent energy and labor efficiencies, LED displays are revolutionizing the sign industry. They can be deployed as a modular assembly on a billboard face. By design, LEDs are extremely controllable, ensuring that a digital billboard is never too bright for conditions and can be easily measured and adjusted.
The transportation sector is a big user of LED technology, especially along roadways. Guidance for transportation stakeholders is highlighted via an important technical guide researched by the National Electrical Manufacturers Association in the TS4 lighting standard, which is defined lighting for LED signs used in transportation applications. A key comparison of the OAAA lighting standard shows that the industry criteria of 0.3 foot candles above ambient light conforms to and is always below the maximum luminance levels listed in the NEMA TS4 lighting standard.
Foot candle is a unit of illuminance or illumination, equivalent to the illumination produced by a source of one candle at a distance of 1 foot and equal to 1 lumen incident per square foot. All LED diodes inherently focus emitted light in a specific angle toward the roadway, due to horizontal louvers that help direct the light downward.
So why do we use 0.3 foot candles above ambient light? That is the way that we can ensure that a digital billboard sign is never too bright for conditions. And we do it because there's 3 main parts. 0.3 foot candle standard, the ambient light sensor that's present on all digital billboard member company signs, and sophisticated dimming software that dims the sign as it gets darker out or happens to brighten the sign and getting brighter throughout the day. So where do we get 0.3 foot candles? Well, the late Dr. Ian Lewin, who was a former president of the Illuminating Engineering Society, conducted research back in 2008. He and his team evaluated lighting conditions, and they developed the measurement techniques while they were surveying both daytime and nighttime factors at digital billboard locations. The basic criteria was based on a standard practice for light trespass and glare. And foot candle measurements are also frequently cited in OSHA regulations. This is one of the only ways to get a site-specific measurement.
There's 2 ways to measure the brightness of a digital billboard. You can use the knit gun, which is this device, that costs about $3,000. Or you can use this device, which is a foot candle measurement, which costs about $225. The knit gun has an accurate measurement, but has to be measured directly perpendicular to the billboard.
The lift that you see was used to get the knit gun here at the midpoint level of the sign. So that had to go up 40 some feet in the air where the knit gun was used to take a brightness measurement of the sign face. Then we took a second measurement at ground level at the same distance away from the sign. And interestingly enough, the measurement on the ground was 35% lower than the measurement in the air.
The process of measuring with a foot candle meter is very simple. Based on the size of the sign, you need to position yourself either 250 feet away for 1448 or 150 feet away for a smaller sign of a 10 by 21. The first step you would take is to ask the operator to turn the sign to a dark configuration or black. And using your foot candle meter, you would take an ambient light reading. That's your baseline. That's the basic light that's operating in the area without the sign functioning. Second, you would ask the sign company now to turn the sign to full white. This will give you a second reading that shows the impact the sign is having at its maximum brightness on the environment. By calculating the difference between these two readings, you need to determine, is it greater or less than 0.3 foot candles? If it's less than 3 foot candles, the sign is operating properly. If it's greater than 0.3 foot candles, the sign is too bright and needs to be adjusted. If you have a concern about contacting the operator and having them adjust the light on the sign, there's another way to do this. If you go out to the location with an associate and you position your associate roughly 6 to 8 feet in front of you and they hold up a blocking panel, something maybe 12 inches high by 48 inches wide, you first get a ambient light baseline with the blocking panel in place, then you remove the blocking panel and you watch it to see if any of the copy that's running on the sign will cause the baseline to jump more than 0.3 foot candles. If that does happen, that sign's operating too brightly. If it doesn't happen, the sign is in compliance. We have done both methods with the blacking of the board and the blocking of the board and gotten very similar results, so we feel that these techniques are both effective. This does as good a job as this and is at 1/10 the price.
Digital billboard lighting is easy and straightforward to accomplish. OAAA has published recommended foot candle measurement guidance on the www.oaaa.org website. The brightness level measurement technique using a foot candle meter is recommended by OAAA and industry members. Proper use of measurement techniques will keep digital billboards in compliance with lighting regulations, and the OAAA brightness standard will eliminate glare and minimize the possibility of a sign operating too brightly. The OAAA brightness standard has been established as a best practice of the out-of-home industry. We hope you learned a lot from this quick tutorial, and good luck with all of your future measurements.
All right, so following this video, I'm available to answer questions about the options we've recommended in this staff report, including targeted overlay with different replacement ratios, cap and reduction 2-to-1 structure, or a select location for a pilot program. Or you could direct staff to conduct a planning commission workshop for more feedback, further study, and recommendation. Thank you, and available questions.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do. I have a in-person. Leslie Locken?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to answer any of your questions as well, and also provide you a little bit of information that, a proposal. Lamar respectfully ask that you delay making any decisions related to billboard structures this evening. We'd like you to allow Lamar to bring forth a proposal which could provide a steady source of revenue to the city using city-owned land under a lease agreement and/or private property under a development agreement with no net increase in structures. Lamar has accomplished this in many cities, not just in California, but across the nation. We could provide you with a list of references and a list of the cities where we've accomplished this. Many of them are local here in California. Lamar would also like to provide, as part of this, we would provide a sample sign ordinance, a sample development agreement, and a sample lease for city review. The benefits to the city, besides the steady source of revenue, could include entryway signage with city logo, smaller signage at City Hall that Lamar would provide to the city at no expense, opportunity for advertising spots on a digital board. For example, the Cherry Festival would be a great start. I also want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and members of the council, and also City Manager Romo for your response to my letter and the opportunity to answer questions that you had based on the last meeting. So I'm here to answer any questions, and I hope you'll take our proposal into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for, you're Leslie, correct? Just to make sure, perfect. All right. That's okay. Do we have any callers on the line, Nicole?
Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Alrighty, I will open it up for council comments. Council, or Mayor Pro Tem White, I'm gonna get that right one of these
Okay.
days.
Real quick, a question for you. Sure. The city is already, we are already receiving revenue from a billboard sign?
Correct. The city has Lamar has a structure on city-owned property, and that's on Highway 79 as you come onto the overpass, yeah, exactly, or onto the I-10 freeway.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just a clarification, I did ask my staff today with regards to revenue from any billboard, and I'd like to ask our finance director if we're aware of any city-owned property on 79, or could we be talking about unincorporated area? Is this something that you have?
Talking to me?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, could you come up here real quick and?
So you're asking if we have any billboards that are on the 79?
Correct.
The south? Not that I am aware of, no.
Any revenue that you've seen come in?
No.
The last few years?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can I address that?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
This year alone, I actually managed the payments to the city, and we cut a check to the city for $6,500. That's a roundabout number, but every year the city does collect revenue. I think it's 20% of the revenue on the sign, and the check is made to the city of Beaumont. I think in previous years we had I think you've had a change in city manager or maybe finance director, but it was going to the attention of the wrong person. So I'd be happy to provide copies of those checks and show, the revenue throughout the years that the city has been provided. We also have a lease on the city land. So there is a lease with the city that provides this revenue, and it is on 79. It's right as you come to the, as you're going to enter the freeway heading east on 79. It's a very small poster size billboard.
Is that the one next to Mr. Taco?
It's just, that would be what's north of Mr. Taco.
So while she's up, I have a couple other
Yeah,
questions.
go right ahead.
You know, you and I met, and I appreciate your time and
Sure.
being able to answer some of my questions. But there were a couple things I hadn't thought about that you brought up that I wanted to let you share. Number one, most of the signs on the south side of the freeway are on the railroad property?
That is correct. So if you look at the signs that are exactly what you just said, on the south side, adjacent to the UPRR property, those are managed by Clear Channel. They're under a license agreement with Clear Channel. They manage them for the railroad. So Lamar structures are on UPR property, and those belong to the railroad, or the income belongs to the railroad. The boards that you see on the north side primarily are private landowners. So when you talk about swapping and removing billboards or structures, you want to take into consideration that these are either investors or landowners in the city of Beaumont. And then you take into consideration that the city has their own sign as well. So,
Thank you.
sure.
Well, thank you. Also, I too had the opportunity to speak with you, Leslie, and I appreciate your time that you took with us. I was going to bring up the impacts to potential residents, just as a concern with some of the swapping if we go to 4-1. But, we do have, in my opinion, definitely a saturated area with regards to the freeway there. And I do think that we need to look and do a little bit more investigation with regards to that. I would support this going to Planning Commission and getting a recommendation and doing a little bit more investigation. Is the board that Lamar is referencing truly on city property. Have we received that? And then to understand maybe the impacts to those residents that have them, just to understand where they're at and those types of locations. So that would be something that I would suggest that we move forward with.
Add a comment too. We can look because sometimes those revenues don't come in with the exact location, so it might come in with a different title on there. So if she gives us, or gives us or provides us what those statements are, then I can go in and look at those.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so in light of some of your comments and some of what I've been reading and so forth, it looks like there's going to be more information that we're going to need to even have a discussion. You know, back when we started discussing this way back, one of my concerns was always, okay, how can the city be a part of the aesthetics? How can we be a part of, you know, the revenue sharing? How could we be a part of, you know, community announcements and so forth? And I remember that the legal had told us that we need to be careful with how much the city could do and couldn't do with these types of agreements. So what's necessary is to go back and do some more research with legal and with what you claim to have, you know, examples of sample agreements with other agencies and so forth, so that we can get a better idea of what we're looking at. Because I was prepared to go ahead and start talking about overlay and all that kind of stuff and swapping, but we're far from that right now, because now we have a whole nother layer, pardon my pun, of, you know, discussing about some of the intricacies about now the revenue sharing and so forth. So I definitely want to have all the information I need before we can even start a prudent discussion. So I don't know if it's worth even going into any of this today, but I would like to talk more about that, what their proposals are, some legal opinion on what maybe the extents of what we can and can't do, and then that'll clear up some of this other stuff that came up. So that's my opinion.
Councilmember Lara?
Yeah, no, I agree. There's some questions, and I think some of the clarifications that we're going to need are if you're doing replacement and you have to do a 3-to-1 or you're doing a 2-to-1, are you talking static faces versus structures? Or so I'd like some clarification on that. But yeah, I think it is early, and if we are going to go through this type of an exercise, I would like to put out some type of a survey with questions on what our residents want. But you'd have, obviously, there'd be options. Because I was looking at option 1 and I'm thinking, okay, well, that seems fair, right? So maybe something that's geared to giving options to, so we can kind of see where our residents are with this. Because that's important as well. But I also want to make sure that we do have those oversaturated areas in, are we just talking digital billboards, or are we talking allowing new static billboards as well? I think we need that clarified. I'm okay with the digital billboards, but I'm also going to expect that other static ones would be removed regardless, of where they're at or located, just so that we can thin them out. But yeah, no, I'm open to further conversation. Unless I appreciate your time on the phone the other day. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fenn?
Thank you, Mayor. Leslie, thanks for being here, and I appreciate the proposal from Lamar, and I think it'd be a good idea of taking that to the Planning Commission as well. And I appreciate Councilmember Lara's comments about asking the public if we're able to put a simple social media survey out there or something like that, or through our email, notifications. I think that would be a good idea. With those options of, I think if you just throw it out there, hey, do you want more billboards? You're going to get a bunch of no's. But if it's an explanation to say there's a potential for revenue sharing and so forth, and putting those options together, I think would make that the results much more productive for us. And so I like the idea of taking it to the Planning Commission, work through those issues, let that commission put some work into it. Legal can review that as well, and then that way we've got some something a little bit more defined for us to consider. So appreciate everything. Thank you.
All right, so do we have consensus on the council for this to go back to Planning Commission with some more information before it gets brought to us? I see. Anybody opposed? All right. direction enough? Okay, very good. All right, we will move on to J5, Patriotic Crosswalk Design for Downtown Beaumont. And it looks like Miss Laura is going to give us a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Item J5 before you tonight is an opportunity for the council to select a design for patriotic decorated crosswalks in our downtown area. This is something that has been discussed several times at the Economic Development Committee level. The initial designs that we brought forward sort of closely resembled an American flag, and everybody liked the designs until we started talking to our veteran community and realized that they don't support the American flag being driven over or walked on. So with that, we pivoted and presented to the Economic Development Committee ultimately 4 designs at the November meeting, of which they selected 2 to bring forward to council for consideration. These crosswalks would be, they would serve several purposes. Number one, there is some research that identifies safety improvements with more attention being drawn for drivers and pedestrian safety in areas, but also as a way to sort of bracket off the area in downtown on Beaumont Avenue that we use for special events. So the crosswalks are proposed to be at Beaumont Avenue and 7th, running across 7th, so north and south, and then at 6th Street and 8th Street, running across Beaumont Avenue. So with that, design option 1 and 2 are presented in your staff report, and we would love for council to consider one of those as an ultimate design moving forward.
All right. Thank you, Laura, for that. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Alrighty, great, thank you. I will kind of start this one off for us. This is something that I had somewhat requested to come forward, looking at our downtown area and how we could enhance and kind of bring some design, some arts, some culture, a little bit along those lines forward for our downtown area and designate that, something that could designate our downtown area. And so the staff, along with economic development, worked to go through all of that and come up with some ideas that we could present here at council. So I just thought I'd add a little bit of context. So I will open that up for council discussion. Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I like the idea. I think it's, it's going to look nice when it's finished, but I do have a question. So in the 2 examples, they both have a white border. Is that required for kind of a safety issue to identify to a driver that this is a crosswalk?
According to Mr. Vestal, yes, that is required.
All right.
And
because
sorry, Councilmember Fenn, one thing to note, the 8th Street one is designated as a school crosswalk. So if this is approved, it would also have a yellow outline as well.
Okay.
Just as something to consider there.
Very nice. I'm okay with either design, provided if the second one with this kind of the swooshing star had, the blue was a little bit more of a royal blue to look more patriotic versus the baby blue. And maybe that star's a little too busy with the black shadowing. I mean, if we didn't have to have the white lines, I'd say just go the 3 colors and move the white borders, but if that's a requirement, I get it. And then I think the skid mark on here, or the burnout mark, is a little bit appropriate for my next question, is to make sure that, can we maintain it fairly easy? I read through it. It sounds like there's a material that goes on there, but if somebody were to do something like that to purposely try to vandalize it, is it going to be easy to fix or, put back to normal?
Would you like to address the benefits of thermoplastic, Robert?
Yeah, absolutely. So we use thermoplastic, throughout the city already. All our stop legends are thermoplastic, so you have some experience with that. They do fade over time. They do kind of wear thin over time. They are hard to replace, but they offer substantially more longevity than paint does. you will see burnout marks, unfortunately. And maybe there's some touch-up that we can do with paint, kind of in between replacing the art itself. It's something that staff will have to kind of play around with as we go.
Okay. And then last question, would we recommend that all 3 spots to be all the same design and same pattern? I don't want it to look so busy that it starts to, get a little funky, but just wanted to know if we thought, if that was the discussion item, or at least under consideration that if we pick one, it's for all 3 spots.
I think that was the assumption, although that's certainly up for
Okay.
council's
Thank you.
preference.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, quick question. Thank you, Mayor. So it's the first time I've seen numbers be attached to the project. Robert, the GL account that it's referring to, which account is that?
I'm not familiar with that account. I did read it had $1 million. I'd like to borrow some.
We can talk about that maybe after. That is our program, I just wrote it down, good grief.
And the reason
That is our program funds for downtown, so that's economic development.
So that's the economic development funds?
Yes.
That had nothing to do with the downtown that we were going to discuss later? That's a different?
No, the GL that's outlined in the staff report is specifically programmatic, so that's where that would be pulled from.
Okay, and out of what could be used for that funds, the EDC, because I missed that meeting, I apologize. Did you discuss what other ideas that EDC had as well?
No, and actually in the EDC meeting, we did not have the dollar amount
okay.
that was associated with it. The recommendation that EDC made was on the 2 designs.
Okay, so, but that money's programmed for that. So that's not a reserve account, that's not an unallocated account, that's for program for downtown. So
That's correct.
Okay, all right, because at first, I'm trying to make sure we're not spending, with all the stuff we have coming up and shortfall possibilities and so forth, I get a little panicky spending something that had $1 million in it, but it's programmed, so I don't have an issue with that. If I'm gonna pick, I'll pick option 1. I prefer option 1 over 2, but, I'm kind of neutral on this. I see, Mayor, I see your intention, and it's great. It's a fabulous idea. My fiscal conservative part of me came out and said, let's hold off and want. But I think I'm better now knowing that it's programmed for this. So I'm supportive of that, if that's where you want to go with that. But I would be, option 1 would be my vote.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem White?
So since my colleague brought it up, let me ask you, when you say it's programmed, we set aside X amount of dollars years ago for the downtown, a big bucket of money, and that's where it's coming from, correct? I mean, you don't need to be specific, but in general, I think that's where it's coming from.
Yes.
And I'm just using this opportunity to jump in and say something that the city attorney might not let me do normally, but when we do start talking about the downtown, I would like to see a history of that money that we set aside, because a lot of it has gone to non-downtown projects. So I just want to jump at that. And then I wanted to say a couple other things. I remember the tile discussion, and I'm just going to sit back and watch you work this out.
Talk about the.
But I did write down which option I think you guys are going to choose. It's on the back of my paper.
Oh, and we'll see if you're
I
right.
gotta see if you're right. Okay. I did have a quick follow-up.
Yeah,
on
go
that, though.
ahead.
I just wanted to follow. So when I'm saying downtown, what I thought you were referring to is kind of like remember when we had money set aside for
Real estate.
for helping with their grease traps and stuff like that. That's where I thought this was. Is that what we're talking about, downtown money?
No, I don't believe that this is the same pot of money as the incentive funds. I pulled it
Okay.
up because I anticipated this question while I was sitting over here in my chair, and so I pulled it up very quickly, and it specifically simply says program funds. So it's pretty open, really, what we could use that for.
Those 2 buckets of money were separate. There was one, I think it was like 500,000 for the incentives, and then it was 5 million for downtown to purchase properties, things like that.
Okay, and this million is a part of that?
it's not a million.
No, I mean the account.
Oh, the account has a
account.
million in
The
it.
account has a million.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's
Correct.
coming
Okay.
from that
So
account.
what I'm trying to make sure is I'm not getting this confused with our future topic coming up. That there's a different pot of money that I'm thinking of. 'Cause that's CIP, I know. So I'm assuming that this is not.
This is not the capital
Okay,
improvement.
that's what I
correct.
need to know. Thank you.
And Councilmember Lara?
Yeah, I'd like the option one for the four sides.
Or without the tire mark.
Well, yeah, preferably without the tire marks. We'll see what the great Chris can, if I'm consistent with what he's got. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, very good. Well, I too like option one, and we will see what Mayor Pro Tem White says. But any other discussion? Otherwise, I will make a motion.
I was just to say, I didn't clarify, but I'm option one.
And what'd you pick? Since we've all now
Well,
said
there's-
option one.
There's a reason I'm not in this group, because I figured you guys would pick number 2.
Oh, all right. Well, I will move to give direction to staff to work on the procurement and installation of option one. Do we have to come back to secure the funds, or can that move forward? I think it's below the signing authority, so I'm not sure how that works. Okay.
I'll
And
second.
do so that can be a motion? Okay.
It was just direction.
Yeah, but
Oh, okay.
I think we could just provide direction. You don't need a motion, right?
I have a motion and a second. It would be best to finish and do a roll call.
So I'll just clarify my motion to state that I will move to go with option one for our sidewalks.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, thank you. We will move on to item J6, our annual comprehensive financial report and internal control over finance reporting. We're listening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Before you, we're presenting the results of the city's audit of the fiscal year 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, which you will find on page 1,415 on your agenda.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our independent auditors, Rogers, Anderson, Malady, and Scott, issued a clean opinion on the city's fiscal year 2025 financial statements. We're pleased to say there's no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls. So we have another clean audit this year. The city's financial position strengthened. Assets grew to $825.6 million, which is up from $794.1 million in fiscal year '24. Our net position rose to $624.5 million, and that is up from $587.3 million. Our general fund revenues reached $72.8 million for fiscal year '25, and that's up from $64.1 million last year. Expenditures totaled $57.1 million, ending with a $5.6 million positive fund balance. Our revenues exceeded budget by $10.6 million, and expenditures came in $7.5 million under budget. The Finance and Audit Committee reviewed the reports on November 17th and recommended forwarding them to council Our recommended action is to receive and file the fiscal year 2025 ACFR and associated reports, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, I'll open up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yeah, just so I understand this, our revenues were 72.8 last year, right?
For fiscal year 25, correct?
And that's above the 64.1 from the year before.
Yes.
And the 57.1 was our expenses
Yes,
or expenditures?
yeah.
So tell me how we get to 5.6 as the overamount. I mean, I don't have the whole audit in front of me, but just looking at 72 in revenue, 57 in expenditures, that's a lot more than 5.6. And I know it's not, there's a
Yes,
simple answer.
so
for
on
that.
the staff report, there's also other revenues, including your transfers in and transfers out,
Okay,
that make up the difference to get you to the net of the 5.6.
okay. And so is this 5.6 the amount that you come to us and tell us, okay, we have to program that somehow? Or
Yes, at
that's
a
not
future date.
already? You didn't know what that was when we created the budget for the next fiscal year?
Correct,
So
yeah.
that 5.6 is not part of that budget?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, and just to explain the city assets again, so when it says cash on hand, it says current assets and consisting of cash and amounts owed to the city in thousands at 233,000. That's money that's not allocated, that's not programmed, that's not anything, it's just cash, miscellaneous
It's
cash?
correct, cash investments, yeah.
Okay.
Capital assets are part of our total assets for the city.
That what we own
Yes, correct. This is everything that we own.
at only $233,000?
Times
The-
Times
Yeah,
1,000.
Oh, yeah, in thousands, oh,
Yeah.
that's why, okay. See?
I scared you, huh?
That's why it's teacher, not a math teacher. Okay, thank you. I get it now. All right, phew, okay. I didn't know if I was reading another report that I hadn't seen before, so, okay.
I know, it was a little tiny at the top.
No, that's okay.
All
We
right,
all
well,
had
I
one
just.
Today, that was mine, you had yours, you had
Yeah,
yours.
that's right. There's yours. Well, I just want to say thank you to the finance team. You guys have truly been meticulous in all of these things that we've done and continue with clean reports each and every time. So I move to receive and file.
I have one quick
Oh,
question.
go ahead, sorry.
So you got this done before the end of the year?
Yes.
Have we had it done this early before?
No, I think this is 3 years in a row now, right? Yeah, this is our third year of
'Cause I
Merry
remember
Christmas.
when we first got on, our audits were taking 2 years to get approved?
Yeah, I think when I started, it was June. It got approved that year.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember we were doing 2 years earlier,
Uh-huh,
with 2 years backed
Yeah.
up, so.
yep.
Right, and I think this is just a receive and file?
Yes.
All right. Okay. We'll move on to item J7 then, which is to approve a First Amendment to the maintenance service agreements with Sustainable Mitigation to increase services for annual weed abatement and compensation to a total not to exceed amount of $1,500,767. That's right, we're getting out of here.
Yeah, I know, I can see you pushing the button. Mayor, if there are no comments from the public, I'm ready to make a motion on this or questions from my colleague.
Okay, let me see if there's any public comment.
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
And council, do we have any questions on this?
I move to authorize the mayor to execute an amendment to the maintenance services agreement with Sustainable Mitigation to increase their services and not to exceed the amount of $1,005,767. And authorize staff to process a purchase order change for the remainder of the fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $137,017.
I'll second. You get a roll?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. That takes us to item J8, to authorize changes to position allocations for the Community Services Department. We have a staff report by Mr. Story.
Madam
Not so
Mayor?
lucky this time.
I'm sorry?
I said not so lucky this time.
Okay, I'll wait. I was like waiting. Okay, I'd love to talk about it. I'm excited to talk about this one too. So, good evening. We, in June of this year, we approved the budget, which included our full-time allocation for our staff, and we have had some changes in our department. So recently we had 2 of our part-time employees who were promoted to full-time employees over here at City Hall as customer service coordinators, and they're doing a fantastic job, and we're excited to have them move from our department over here to City Hall. With that, it has opened up their current vacancies in their part-time positions, and what the staff report proposes is that our department would reallocate those existing part-time hours to some current part-time employees to increase those current part-time employees to full-time employees. When doing that, there is a financial need to kind of bridge that gap from our budget. It would be for the remainder of this year, just over $52,000. And what we're proposing to do is to not request additional funds for that, but instead to reallocate current funds that are in our budget for $1550 for the Parks and Recreation Department. And those funds would be from unused line items that we have. One of them was our holiday lights bid that went out to bid earlier this year, and the bids came in significantly lower than we had originally budgeted, and so we have a savings in that line, just over $50,000 for that, and then shaving $2,000 off of some of our recreation programs that we've had some overages and unused portions for some of the programs that we've completed for the year this year. And so that $52,000 and some change would come from those 2 reallocations. And then we would increase accordingly for this year for those full-time employees. It would be an internal, an internal position, so we're not going to go out and hire new individuals. This is an opportunity for us to give more hours. All of our part-time employees in our department are capped at a certain amount of hours that they're allowed to work. And one of the things that we're experiencing in our department, because the recreation center is open every day from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m., is we're running into limits in how we can have our staff actually staff the building and be available for us. And so with that cap and with removing that cap from some of our employees, it opens up a few more possibilities for us for staffing and being able to provide for some of the programs and things that are going on at the community center. So this is something that we would request council to approve, and the recommended action would be to approve the addition of the 2 full-time recreation specialists. And in doing that, we will be eliminating the part-time recreation, the 2 part-time recreation specialist positions that are currently vacant.
Right, great, thank you. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, I will open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Martin? Oh, okay. See no discussion. Entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the addition of 2 full-time recreation specialists and approve the elimination of 2 part-time recreation specialists.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, now we will move on to J9, to set a time, date, and place for a special meeting workshop to discuss the city's downtown revitalization plan. Staff report by Mr. Romo.
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council. You had given staff direction with regards to coming back and looking at the downtown revitalization plan. And we put together a report identifying whether we wanted to do this under a special meeting or a regular meeting. And ultimately, also to make a note that the community panel that we currently have with our downtown strategic plan consultant, TIP, that is specifically for the downtown strategic plan. However, members of the public can also talk about anything downtown related there and make comments. The consultant put that together because they wanted to get input from the public with regards to the strategic plan. But I just wanted to point out it's not specifically for the downtown revitalization plan. Also to note that the monies that were originally set aside for that have been pulled. So the $1.6 million is no longer there. That's been put towards the Pennsylvania grade separation. So this project is currently not funded. So tonight we'd like to find out from you if you'd like to go forward with a special meeting. We have a time set for the end of January that we could do. We just want to make sure that you're available. Or if you prefer to do this as a regular meeting, which we could also do on January 20th, which is the next regularly scheduled meeting. So that concludes my report.
Alrighty. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, I will open this up for discussion. And Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yeah, I'm okay with either special meeting or part of a regular meeting.
And Councilmember Fenn?
I think we can squeeze this into a regular meeting. I think if a topic is more than an hour, or more than 2 hours, or 2 hours or more, I think it should have a special meeting. But I'm typically in favor of stay a little longer, but don't be here as often, in a sense. So I think if we were to do that, we should do it on the 20th.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I agree that I'm more in favor of putting it into a regular meeting than having a special meeting. I just want to make sure that when we do discuss that we're opening it up to everything that was requested by council going into that. If we're going to have a discussion, we should probably have everything that we've requested available. And that was given to you at the last meeting as far as what everybody was requesting.
All right. And Councilmember Lara?
Yeah, I'd also support doing this on during a regular meeting.
Okay. All right, so sounds like we have consensus for a regular meeting, and we will set a time for that on a regular meeting then. Sounds like January 20th, if we can get it all available and as the agenda permits.
I believe so, ma'am, yes.
Okay, very good. All right, I have 6 minutes. Are you guys ready for speed? All right, mayoral appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees. Well, we still have all this other stuff, but I can do this in 6 minutes. My homework has been completed. All righty. Nicole, are you ready? And the rest of the council? All right, we will start with RTA. The representative is Fenn, Councilmember Fenn. The alternate is Councilmember Lara. Transport Now, we have the representative is Councilmember Fenn, alternate Councilmember Martinez. Riverside County Transport Commission, representative Mayor Pro Tem White, alternate Councilmember Fenn. Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, board member Councilmember Martinez. An alternate board member, Councilmember Lara. Beaumont Cherry Valley Parks and Recreation District. Liaison is myself, Mayor Voigt, and the alternate is Councilmember Martinez. Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, liaison, Councilmember Fenn. Alternate liaison, Mayor Voigt. Beaumont Unified School District, liaison, Councilmember Lara. Alternate, Mayor Pro Tem White. Legislative liaison, let's see, we have representation, Mayor Pro Tem White, and myself, Mayor Voigt. Collaborative Agency, and the representative is Mayor Voigt, alternate Councilmember Fenn. City Manager and Mayor's Breakfast, Voigt. Erica, Voigt. Southern California Association of Governments, Mayor Pro Tem White, and alternate Councilmember Martinez. League of California Cities, voting delegate, Mayor Pro Tem White, alternate Councilmember Fenn. Memorial Committee, Councilmember Lara, alternate Councilmember Fenn. Finance and Audit Committee, Councilmember Fenn and Councilmember Lara. Economic Development Committee, Mayor Pro Tem White, Mayor Voigt. WRCOG, Councilmember Lara as the committee member and alternate Mayor Voigt. Water Reuse, Mayor Pro Tem White and Mayor Voigt. PASCOM is Councilmember Fenn and Councilmember Lara. Beaumont Basin Water Master Board, Mayor Pro Tem White. Youth Council, Councilmember Martinez, Mayor Voigt as the alternate. Our Plus Committee, Councilmember Lara, Mayor Pro Tem White. Cherry Festival, Liaison, Mayor Pro Tem White, Councilmember Lara as the alternate. San Gorgonio Pass Regional Water Alliance, Councilmember Fenn. San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, Councilmember Martinez. Beaumont Library District Liaison, Councilmember Fenn, alternate Councilmember Martinez. Parks and Recreation Committee, Councilmember Lara and Councilmember Martinez. HR Subcommittee, Councilmember Lara and Councilmember Martinez. Pass Area Traffic 2x2, Councilmember Lara, Councilmember Fenn. ICSC, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem White. Mayor Voigt. Animal Control Ad Hoc, Mayor Pro Tem White, Councilmember Martinez. And previously established Public Information Ad Hoc, Mayor Voigt and Councilmember Lara. All right, I think I got all of those. And Nicole, I will leave you my notes. And do we have to do public comment on that?
I can check just to be sure. I have no written comment, no written comments. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Alrighty. Do we have any discussion? Any changes? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get them all? Do you need clarification?
No. Nicole got them all.
Yeah, sure. All right, we will move on then to the legislative updates and discussion.
We have none.
All right, and economic development?
Yes, Laura James, our Economic Development Manager, will be giving that.
Good evening again, and I will keep this brief, especially since Gus touched on this just a few minutes ago, and I know Kirk mentioned at our last council meeting too, that we had the TIP strategies team here on the ground. They are all out of state, but they convened here in Beaumont last week on Monday and Tuesday, and over those 2 days, we scheduled 6 meetings with invited guests to hold small roundtable discussions, about 5 or 6 people at each one. We also held 2 in-person interviews. Those were with the mayor and mayor pro tem. We will also be conducting interviews, or the team will be conducting interviews with the rest of the city council individually as well. We also took them on about a 2-hour tour of the city so that they could see all of these things that we talk about and so that they could feel the traffic themselves, because they heard a lot about that in the roundtable meetings. So their next on-site visit will be either at the end of January or the first week of February. So we'll keep you apprised in that process. During that meeting, they will hold the first of 3 community visioning sessions. So this will be something that's more wide open to the public. And I'll keep you updated on what that process looks like. We're actually having a check-in with that team tomorrow. So with that, I will entertain any questions, but that's my update.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that. All right, do we have a city treasurer's report? Nothing. And city clerk?
No report this evening.
All right, city attorney? All right, and city manager?
Nothing to report. You have your monthly from November that was sent out, so any questions, feel free to call me.
All right, and any future agenda items from council? All right, we will move on to council reports. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On the 10th of December, I attended Riverside Transit Agency's Finance Committee, and there we reviewed and recommended to the full board, which the meetings on this Thursday is an amendment to their operating budget and also the purchase of 15 CNG buses. And then I attended the State of the County. It's a nice event. And then also the sports park groundbreaking. That was fun as well. So that's my report for the evening.
Thank you. We'll go down to Councilmember Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. So last Friday, I attended the Fire Explorers Christmas Party. It was great to see the demonstration that they did out here in the parking lot. It's a great program. I'm very proud of that. Saturday, I attended the Shop with a Cop. It's always amazing to see the number of officers that represent the city. Very proud of that. Thanks very much, Chief. And I know a lot of the officers did do that on their own time, so I'd like to recognize them. Also thank Walmart for really kind of blowing it up and having a place for the kids and with a DJ and everything. I thought it was great. Blizzard Bass was great. Parade was well attended. Lots of nice floats. And also the groundbreaking was great. My grandkids wanted to thank you for the pretzels. And also just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, great. Thank you. They were delicious pretzels. All right, we'll move on to Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I only attended the youth council, as we heard from their report, and obviously my last water 2x2 last week, and I want to wish everybody happy holidays as well. So look forward to a good new year, better one.
Excellent. And Mayor Pro Tem?
I too want to thank you, Chief, and your officers for showing up. I don't think people realize the kind of show that you put on when you bring that many cops in, and we know that they've all been volunteering, except for just a couple of, I think, key staff members you had working that day. So thank you for that. Sports park groundbreaking. We've had a lot of ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings recently, but that one, it's just exciting to see it go from nowhere, from a field that was horrible, and we had almost as many people in here that we did for the feral cats for our field. But
We'll never get more.
it was really exciting. So I want to thank you for that. Some good news. RCTC actually approved our two major projects. They moved them along. I don't know. Robert, you were there, and I appreciate your being there. But both the grade separation and the Potrero interchange were both approved to let RCTC move forward on that. One thing we did learn, I don't know if you were still there, Robert, but we approved the largest section of the Mid-County Parkway. You guys know where the Mid-County Parkway is? The Ramona Expressway, yeah. And At the beginning of this year, 2025, we had an engineering estimate of $217 million for the piece that we're doing. We ended up getting 7 bids, and they ranged from 120 up to 150. And we accepted 120, which was almost 100 million underneath the engineering estimate for the beginning of the year. And of course, everyone said, what's going on? And then I serve on the flood control, and we had a similar issue there. Those numbers were inflated because of issues like the chain, what is it, the
Supply chain?
goods supply chain, as well as there was a lot of fear at the beginning of the year that the tariffs would just blow up prices. So I think we need to keep that in mind when we start looking at some of our big projects, that may be turning around now, and that may be good news on some of the big numbers that we're looking at. And that is all I had.
All right, great, thank you. I too attended the State of the County, great event, nice to be in. They had a theme of hockey since we were in the Acrisure Arena, so it was a nice event. The Volunteer and Explorers demo, I would like to point out that about 5 years ago, it was maybe 7 or 8 volunteers, and now they are up over close to 100. So that program has definitely grown and really services the community. We heard from sports leagues today about keeping people, students in the younger generation off. This also does the same thing. And I really appreciated the time that went into that. Shop with a Cop, amazing. Always great to be out there. And Blizzard Bash, I was out there in a booth doing my mom volunteer duties for soccer, and it was a great event. It was very busy, and we raised some good money for the girls' soccer team, so that was great. And the light parade, as always, thank you for the team and all the effort that goes into that. You guys do a great job for that. And of course, the sports park, groundbreaking, and excited to see that project move forward. So with that, I will adjourn at 10:08.
Not bad.
Not too bad.
Not bad at all. Wow.